nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to
420.
Darling, you're such a man. You sure you forgive me?
Every time I clutch the mic, you can see the wheels spinning like a rusty bike. Don't trust my wife, honey, that's enough advice. One wrong move, you can fuck your life. I'm as cold as crushing ice. It's time to go and tuck my knife now. When I shoot, you better duck the fuck down. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes do. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes do.
You sure you forgive me?
Being broke is a career. My life is smoke and mirrors. This ain't the happy stuff that you hope that you would hear. Boston Ray, level head, I never said y'all just ain't ready yet. Monopoly, get off my property for free. Ain't no stopping me, constantly a monstrosity at the top, you see. Boston Ray got bars and jars of flatter farms in the car. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes see. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes see.
Yo, everything nice when I sing this song. Don't get me wrong, cause I hit my bong like Tommy when it's 420. You got to understand, coming with it plenty. And it's a dose of reality straight from your brain. We're gonna let them know it's all the same. Is Mandela affected? On the mic I selected. Yo, you don't understand until you get with this. How to flow, everything nice, like what you wanna do. Karen B on the Monday Truth Talk. Got the coffee time spitting with your rhyme. I don't need coffee to be full of this. So real, I got love in my heart so I can feel, and I'm connected straight up to the source. And yeah, I love to have intercourse cause it's so nice when I'm making that love. Just like on the microphone, flowing like a dove, flying in the sky, sending all the branch to the ceiling fan. And you know who I am, Ja. And I got the master plan. We're coming together. I don't need your hate, cause through all the weather, we're so much better when we come together. Feeling our feeling, and we know it's the deal, cause we're on the same mission for truth, and that's for real. Yo, so I'm a micro machine. I gotta spit it straight like the man in the dreams. Can I bust my flow? I think I can, cause you see that is so true and feels so lovely when you're spitting your voice. It's happy and free. Truth time warriors, and that's what I be. The earth is flat, so what you gonna do about it? I'm gonna shout it every day, and you gotta know it's true. Chemtrails up in the sky, but they can't stop the weather. It's the 4th of July. Yo, here we go.
Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Motherfuckers think that it's easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be.
Darling, you're such a man. You sure you forgive me?
Uostarosta.
Huh.
Uostarosta.
What's he doing? That's odd. I'm sure I can fix it. I think.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Mud Zone.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory and flair. Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no lying to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place. The Flat Earth Farms.
Spooky.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot the moon!
Not out there on the microphone. On the microphone. Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? The earth's a center, the sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target? With a rocket, I'm not hard to get along with. Just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a consolation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comets. I know you want it. Just leave another use of comet. NASA lost it. The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. You know it's flat. And there is a bunch of us. Though he's munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think it's cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best. That's just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew, don't forget to brush after your food. Asteroids, and asteroids too. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. It's fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat.
So when I'm done, they just like keep spinning. It's called a spinner. That's what they call them. That's the street term for when your live stream won't stop. It's called a spinner.
The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
Please, don't forget to tip your waitress.
Sir, bow wow run. He's my mighty puppy. Sir, bow wow run. He's my mighty pup. Sir, bow wow run. He's my mighty puppy. Sir, bow wow. Mud. You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
I'm live. We got Jim from Florida. All right. Morgan, how we doing? Shifty Eye Shady. Man, I'm so last minute tonight, dude. I literally just woke up 5 minutes ago. 1982. GT 1982 Mustang. Mr. Super Sidewinder. Morgan. Mr. Super Sidewinder says CDs are so 1980s. I have a $4,000 disc resurfacing machine. I can make CD play surfaces mint. You can't even tell that they have been resurfaced. Well, you know what? My nickname was the CD scratch fixer in high school. So I don't know, man. I was just fixing CDs all day, dude. That was my job. It was if people wanted a CD fixed, they would come to me. So, I mean, you're up against some competition here. So we have Isabella. We are late night. Boston Ray, Twilight Nights. Ooh. We have MMA Paradise coming in at a cool 40 degrees. And Suso. What up, Suso? How you doing? And yes. So what are we doing tonight? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing tonight. I'm just kind of just hanging out. You know, Kim Ray. Hello. We're on 4 channels. We're on Odyssey tonight. I know why no one can find my Odyssey, because I have 2 Odyssey channels. Boston Ray and one that's like under Michelle L. That's one's called Boston Ray Odyssey and one's called Boston Ray Mudflood Adventures Odyssey. So it seems like everybody's watching the wrong one. And even when I search for it, and you can't find the other one. So there you go. That explains it. 5 Little Stones, what's up? Dr. E, what's up? Meta Ryan, what's up? So I don't know. Did I go through everybody? All right, I did everything? Wow. This is getting easier and easier every time. I've been doing it for years. I seen this pop up a little while ago. This looks good.
About James Ferguson before. He took photos. We have talked about James Ferguson before. He took photos of a lot of so-called ruins in the 1800s, this time in the Ajanta caves. But in order to understand this, we have to first go to the Baja Buddhist caves, all located in India, 260 miles apart from each other, showing that this is very common to have palace caves in the past, where we can clearly see that the previous civilization was technologically beyond anything that we could ever imagine, and clearly beyond anything that we have ever been told. This advanced group of people that were here before us were not only capable of building palaces situated on the ground, like we have seen with the Cologne Cathedral or the Milan Cathedral, palaces that last forever, built to easily withstand the test of time. The previous civilization was also capable to go into cliffs and carve out palaces within the volcanic rock that extends along a cliff.
Carve out palaces? So it's not melted? I don't know. Let's see what he says. Is he saying that that's the official narrative? That's the official narrative? All right, let's see.
Overlooking the Lagora River. And at this point in time,
Nancy, official narrative? That's the official narrative, Nancy.
Alarms should be going off for all of us at this point in time. We should all be able to see that there is something massive wrong with what we have been told by the mainstream history. Just because they call them ruins or ancient, this does not simply dismiss why they are here. We can see that there are 22 entrances to this place where they are called caves now. And we know here that it's very possible we're not being told everything, where the good stuff is normally off limits to the public, where we know that, we've seen that, where we know that a few caves, or in my opinion, entrances, have been either destroyed or hidden by dirt. I found some incredible stuff here, and I'm not holding any of it back. So let's take a look together. Once you enter this cave, you see centralized in the back is a rock-carved ball placed on top of this platform. And you'll definitely want to remember this for later. And they tell us that this is a relic of resident monks, where their names are engraved on the side.
Just like the Masons do the little markings. So anyway, I'm going to put out the link. We have 15 people, 13 people, whatever. If you want to join the show, there you go. All right, let's do this.
But let's be honest and think logically. Me and you could have just wrote our names on the side of this
share,
thing
like, subscribe,
last night,
don't.
telling us that this dates back 2,200 years ago. And we all know how trustworthy that date is at this point. Not only do we have this one that seems to be the main one, but they have all these other ones in another cave nearby. So they were clearly used for something, where some of them connected to the ceiling. And in my opinion, this part has been destroyed, and was very possible that it was an energy source. Because when we go back to the main one, you can see that that one also had this box on top, which is, in my opinion, no longer connected to the ceiling where it once was. Some sort of old world technology here for sure. Incredible stuff. Someone has clearly come
That is incredible. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff.
in here and destroyed the tops of these structures. And something has happened here where we live. We all know this by now. A massive mud flood has buried a lot of structures. We know that a lot of the old world is still under our feet. And we also know that there are hidden structures within these hills, especially when we are told in an article on photodharma.net that in 1879, the exact same year that James Ferguson was taking photos of these caves, 260 miles away in another set of caves in India, which is lining up perfectly for us now, that a very old and most interesting cave was discovered in the Baja Scarp, further east. When first found, the cave was filled nearly to the roof of the veranda with
mud and earth. Boom, baby. Mud. Right there. Love it.
Mud and earth.
Mud.
Filled with mud. How many more caves are in there that are still filled with this mud? Is this entire mountain one massive temple? Have we just located a massive old world palace that is hidden by mud? And would you be shocked if these were all over the world, just waiting for us to find them? Especially when we find these caves over here and then scroll to the top of, in my opinion, a palace, and we find more openings and a massive waterfall that was clearly man-made. Perfect steps leading all the way up, where we now know that this whole thing is no random mountain. And in my opinion, proves that there has been a massive cover-up in our historical timeline, proving that there was a group of people here before us that had technology that would be unimaginable. Technology that the ones in control today most likely still have. At this point, I can say confidently that in 1895, the power tool was given back to us. That was not the first time the power tool has ever been here. It is officially time for everyone to fully understand that the historical narrative that we are forced fed since day one is not a story for us. It is a story for them. The true story of our past is much, much deeper and holds a hidden past. And we are just getting started. Welcome to episode 73 of my lunch break. I hope you're all having a great day. And if you're new, welcome.
What's the number one secret to making a hit song? Well, I'll tell you right now, it's not fancy studio equipment.
Someone's here. Rasta's here. Hey, Rasta Bear.
Yo.
How you doing, man?
I'm good.
How's your night? How's your night doing? How's your night been going?
It's been good. I've just been chilling with my neighbor and some of my with my daughters and some other kids, and we went up to Mount Tabor and hung out and took in some of these X-Class flares, and now I'm just trying
Whoa. Wait, you took in X-Class flares? What does that even mean, dude?
It's from the sun right now.
What do you mean, X-Class solar flares?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're the highest level.
And what is that?
We're enduring an ultra rare solar storm right now. A bunch of people saw the Northern Lights last night, as far south as Florida, and I'm hoping to be able to see them tonight. I fell asleep before I got to see them, and I got so FOMO because I was like, man, people all the way down to Southern Oregon had Northern Lights, and so tonight I'm not missing the Northern Lights. I'm going to see them. As long as they show their face.
So you're gonna be able to see the Northern Lights tonight?
You can probably see them.
Am I gonna see them where I'm at?
Yeah, you can probably see.
I haven't looked into it. I haven't had time.
You can probably see them right now. Actually, I bet if you went outside right now, you'd be able to see them.
Really?
Yeah.
Northern Lights tonight?
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss it, man.
Well, I'm gonna see them.
They're out today.
So
I have a
you know
Perry
what's really
sound.
cool
You
is
can watch it go across the
Singeman.
sky like a
Singeman
blanket.
made all new name badges. He's been working hard all day. I gave him a really hard time. I feel bad. I flipped out on him.
Great
Sorry,
mix
guys.
roster.
So we got this. We got this done, and I'm gonna try to get them in there, dude. Singeman made name badges, dude. Good ones.
Nice.
I gotta see what happens here. So you guys can keep talking while I just fill this. I'm trying to get them in.
1 second, I gotta turn off the stove.
Maybe they'll start working right now, and we can see them.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe we'll see. Well, where do I do that at? So,
I blew my back out yesterday doing landscaping. So,
that sucks, dude. The back injuries are the worst, dude.
I've just been hobbling around.
Yeah. Here we go. Here's another one. I'll put this on for a second.
And it sucks because landscaping, is so physically demanding.
I don't even think we finished the last video.
Yeah, these have been some good videos you've been showing.
Oh, I've been going nuts. What?
Here is the Fox River. And my goal for today is to follow this river and find old world buildings that were made by a previous civilization and we found and repurposed.
Yeah.
We all know Chicago has unbelievable buildings and architecture that we don't make today. And we know
Yeah, you got a name badge. Right now you got the
and
top
the ancient
one.
Egyptian hieroglyphs on the side of buildings.
I'm trying to fix it right now.
So on Google, I decided to see if I could find anything in the suburban area of Chicago that seemed out of the ordinary. It was overwhelming, so overwhelming that I needed to make a trip
That one's
and
gonna be
see
larger.
these buildings for myself.
It's gonna be
Today,
larger,
I'm
Stan.
going to share it all with you.
Now it's gonna
Let's
be larger.
begin. I'm going to be going to multiple towns, and here they are. We're going to start in Geneva and go to St. Charles, and then go up towards Elgin and finish off with West Dundee. They're all along the Fox River. Remember, in my opinion, these buildings are inherited and repurposed.
All right, let's begin. In Geneva, Illinois. Here we are. We can already see architecture that we don't make today. They clearly have stonework built into these buildings that are incredible with the pillars. Here's another state bank. It's interesting with these state banks. They all look pretty similar and they're all incredibly well built. Here's a building with windows that seem to be covered. They are exactly the same as the ones in the front. They're clearly filled in. What's going on here at this tattoo shop? That's definitely repurposed and incredibly well built. Here we are at the Noble House. It's built in the early 1900s. All of this stuff just looks incredible. Here's Starbucks coffee.
Wow.
It just doesn't look like something you'd see with a Starbucks coffee. Here's Clear Tech and on top of this incredible structure. So I had to see if this was the only town like this. I had to go further up the river.
Boston looks like that.
To a town called St. Charles. That's just barely north. I had to see if there were buildings that were similar. And my mind was blown.
The elevation changes as you go towards the water. Is it possible that they have filled in the other ancient buildings around the surrounding area and built on top of it and made it look like a hill instead? Are we driving on top of ancient remains?
Yes.
Now, as a side note, I wanted to mention...
What's up, Rasta?
No, nothing.
I thought you were saying something. All right, cool.
That I think it's really odd that we all know what CERN is, but the town that CERN is in is called Geneva. And it's a particle accelerator place located in a town called Geneva. Fermilab is a particle accelerator place, and it is also located in a town called Geneva. Yet CERN is in Switzerland, and Fermilab is in the United States of America, right next to Chicago. So why are these towns called Geneva hosting particle accelerator plants? I just find that very interesting, and I just wanted to put that out there for us all to think about.
Okay, Rasta, sound off on the CERN thing. So some people say that CERN is just fair porn. It's another NASA. What do you think?
No, they haven't looked into CERN enough to. They think they know on those things, and like it's cool to believe that. But like, there's way more to CERN than I mean. They fired it up during the eclipse. They've done like these rituals at CERN. Like there's a lot going on at CERN, and just to think that it's nothing is, I think, almost like gatekeeping of CERN, because there's a lot to look into with CERN, and it's you know, it could be the causation of the Mandela effect. It could be, you know, like a whole multitude of different you know, things that are going on at CERN. I mean, it's like I say, it's like what, 21 miles, and it's under the ground in Geneva, Switzerland.
Yes.
And it's not even the only particle accelerator, but it is the largest. And the amount of budget that they put into that thing, like they're doing way more than just smashing atoms together to find the God particle. Or
What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? What do you?
Well,
how do you know?
They're opening portals. Have you seen Stargate? They put it in movies just so you can see it in plain sight. And like I say, the Stargate, that's what they're doing. Is it may even be a time warp. You know, they might be able to pull these beings in from other dimensions. But I think what they're doing is they're opening up these portals into like these darker dimensions to gain wisdom, because like they don't like the light. You know, we get the download straight from the X flares from the sun, but they have to open up portals basically to almost hell, to where they're allowing in these interdimensional beings through CERN. And so that's what I think is going on at CERN.
So they're cracking dimensions, but how? Like, I don't get it. Like, how? Here we go, Rasta. How do they just like open up from where?
It's ancient alien tech.
Children.
It's just like a witching circle. You know, like witches can do their witching circles, and they can create spells, and they can they can do their black magic with these witch circles. And it's very similar like that, because CERN is in all essence black magic on a large scale. Kind of like the Vatican is very similar. You know, so much wickedness that goes on in Vatican City, and the shape of the Vatican is there to harness energy, because they harness so many people who are claim to be Christians, but then they bow down to the Pope and follow the Catholic faith, which is so full of these monster priests who've done these wicked things. And that's exactly similar to what they're doing with CERN and NASA, how they're stealing people's energy by their consciousness. They're embezzling money through the lie of NASA and space, and then they're able to do these. If you look into this guy, what was his name? He built these underground bunkers. I forget.
What was his name?
The Dumbs. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of his name right now.
Yeah. Philip Schneider or Paul Schneider?
Phil Schneider. That's right. And
Jeff Schneider, the guy that covers.
Phil Schneider.
All right.
This guy, Phil Schneider. He's from Portland, where I'm from.
Rob Schneider?
No, Phil. Phil Schneider.
I know.
And you can look. He does all this on the underground bases and stuff. And he disclosed a lot of information.
Military bases, Dumbs, deep underground military base.
Oh wow!
Are you talking about Phil Schneider, the actor, professor?
No. Look at the moons right outside my window. It's going to be epic here in a minute, getting to see these northern lights. I'm telling you, we are in for a treat tonight, folks.
I'm not going to invest too much into that.
What up, Andrew? Do you have any idea how long I've waited to see the northern lights? Like
Are you gonna capture it on film for us?
Oh yeah, it's been on my bucket list of things I've wanted to do. On the list of things, I'm sure, just like so many people, and that's why it is a sign and wonder in the sky right now, because is
What
God
does Morgan
speaking
got?
to us?
Hold on. What is Morgan? Those are pretty big, dude. What is that? The size of your finger?
Oh yeah, bigger man. Like,
All right,
Wow.
Morgan, let me show
You
mine.
got
At
some.
Morgan.
You got some fat fingers too. Your nickname was Fat Fingers in high school. Remember that?
well, it was Fingers. My nickname was Fingers. Yes.
Yes. See.
All right,
I
show mine.
remembered. I remembered. I got the first part wrong.
Show mine now, Ray. Check this out.
Whoa! What is that? That's some. Is that some Rasta weed?
Yeah, hold on just a second. This is something like one of my friends gave to me. It's some decent sized nugs. It's grown pretty much right here in Portland. It was last year's outdoor. You can't really get a good deal in the crystalage of it.
This is what I got. Oh,
nice.
Dispensary stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, the kosher kush, right on.
No, this is the Dream Queen. The Dream Queen.
Okay. Yep.
It's Blue Dream.
Nice. I like Blue Dream.
It's a fancy name for Blue Dream.
I can see it. That's cool.
All right.
Yeah, got these other ones.
Nice.
Nice. And as impressive as, but I mean, just another bag.
Morgan knows how to smoke. He smokes like a Rasta man for real.
Yeah, I just picked this up yesterday too, or the day before yesterday too, and this stuff too. This stuff was just $30 an ounce. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it. That's a good price.
I normally don't smoke that tough, but since I'm dealing with a foot injury and a back injury, I just haven't been able to stop smoking enough the indica to even just get me into a leveled out place. And I mean,
you've been smoking. I've been smoking all sativa ever since I can go to the medical place and get it. I get like the best sativa that I could find all the time. I don't care about indica. Indica can suck it. I mean, I need it for the pain, but I can't afford it. It's just not in the wheelhouse. Nancy, is indica in the budget right now? No. Okay, thank you. No,
I know.
No indica in the budget right now.
I know. That's why all y'all people watching this lovely show, y'all
You
can
use
donate.
it right. You use it to run.
You all could grease the wheels a little bit.
Yeah.
And help out the show. You know, like the higher meditation that we get, the better show we can provide for y'all. Yeah. And you know, like we're more motivated to get things done.
Yeah, we're more
if
motivated.
we got gas in our tank. Yeah. You know, dank and the schmank. Then
now a word from our sponsor.
Oh, a real country breakfast, the best you ever tried. Pick up some Flat Earth Farms breakfast Bud Bites. Flat Earth Farms breakfast Bud Bites. Made with the best cuts of bud. Just like at home. Packed full of fresh country flavor. From the skillet to your plate. Tasty breakfast Bud Bites. Tasty breakfast Bud Bites from Flat Earth Farms. Try some today.
Available at all purveyors of fine products near you.
And I want to thank all of our sponsors over on Patreon. Thank you to FlatEarthDave.com. You can check out his app. I'll put the link in the description, and you can use my referral code. I know he also has my lunch break on the homeschool section of the app, which is really cool. Thank you to Rebecca Kay, Don Gaston, Christopher Arietta, The Lady Lacey Show, David and Sherry Ferguson, Edwin Johnson, Chuck Templeton, Joy Lee, PNR, Stephanie Nolan, The Burlesons, Suez KC, Dan Woodall, Dale, DJ Click Track, Edwin,
nice.
John,
DJ Click Track.
Right?
Yeah, nice.
I'm Ohio.
I like that one. I like that name.
James, it's time. Our God, we know about the Baja Caves. It's time to go northeast and see what James Ferguson located in the exact same year of 1879.
All right, this is the cave one. All right, so listen up, guys. post, share, like, subscribe, and Mud Mob people. Mud Mob people. If someone's on right now, say, this is Ray's time. And go over there and just start dropping the link in their chat and say, Mud Mob.
And found more photographs of it. This one being in the database of Princeton University, tagging it as Cave 26. It's time to show the world that these caves are just entrances to an old world palace that is a much larger structure than we can even imagine, and just being hidden by this dirt. And that these structures are not the only ones in the world, and that there is something significant going on here, something strategic,
something huge,
something that was created by the same group, and something.
Seriously, look, we've been going with this for days now. Like, honestly, it's like we're beating a dead horse. But you know what? If you brought all this to court, in the court of law, wouldn't they? I mean, don't you think there's enough evidence here beyond reasonable doubt to prove that they are lying to us?
Yeah.
That is clearly being hidden from us today. When we have located Cave 26 on Google Earth, and remember that I said to keep this one in mind from earlier, the one from 260 miles away. When we now go to the Ajanta Caves and see this exact same structure, 260 miles away, on an even larger scale, with the box on the top of the ball present, exactly like we saw in the other cave. And when we enter the cave, there are depictions of giant people. What have we found today? Multiple caves, possible entrances to a massive structure that is hidden under the dirt. Multiple structures that are identical to each other, hundreds of miles away. Depictions of giants, depictions of the previous civilization that held this technology to construct this way. And we're just getting started. This is all Cave 26. Let's take a look at the other caves. Let's just start with cave number 2, with artwork crafted into the ceilings and pillars. And remember, our timeline that we have talked about.
Cave number 2, dude, has a ceiling with dude, that's not the ceiling of a cave. That's the ceiling of a building, of a castle. Okay? There's no way that's a cave. Or it's a cave because it got melted or flooded or whatever. But you know what I mean?
And we have shown so much evidence about with our current civilization really ramping up in the 1800s. We get another nod that this is the case. When we are told the origins of these caves, when they were accidentally discovered and brought to Western attention in 1819 by British officer Captain John Smith on a tiger hunting party. Were they tiger hunting or were they going temple hunting with some tigers showing up along the way? Before 1819, these caves were undiscovered, meaning that their true origins are 100% unknown. And any mainstream historian, any so-called expert, can take a wild guess and make up some story. But we all know that they didn't even know about them until 1819, which is the exact timeline that we have been talking about here. Not the 1400s, not the 1500s. This is incredible, especially when they try and make a story up about them and say that the caves were built in 2 phases. The first starting around the 2nd century BCE, 2,200 years ago. And the second phase occurring between 400 to 650 CE, where they can make up any date they want, but we all know that in episode 33, they didn't even know who built their building in just the last 150 years in California. Each one of these caves are so interesting. Cave 9 clearly had something removed, where you can see the ceiling has marks all over it from whatever was going on here. I still think it was some sort of energy source. This is blowing my mind just looking at it. And I couldn't just stop there. I had to figure out what was removed. So I dug back into James Ferguson's work, and I knew that something had been removed on every single one of these structures that we have seen so far.
What is
and
removed?
This is when I found his sketch of the interior of Ajanta Cave, number 19, where he shows that there was more to these structures, showing us that we are correct, that something was removed from the top of these structures.
It's a piece of tech. It's a piece of tech. It was removed out of all of them.
In all of the other caves, connecting them to the ceilings. In every single one of these temples. And this is when I needed to go and see Cave 19. I had to see what was going on in Cave 19 today. And there it is. We have located what was on top of all of these structures. We were 100% correct. We all know that the old world obviously held incredible technology. And now we know what connected every single one of these to the ceiling. And it was removed. And it's been removed since that date that they found it. Remember, we are told that they went tiger hunting and accidentally found these caves. And they were covered by jungle. Can we all see what is still covered by jungle today?
How did they remove
Can we all
those
see
things,
the rest of the structure?
Did they like cut them down into pieces, or?
They're just gone.
I mean, they're big ass things.
I know. You're right. Like, what the fuck did they do? I don't know.
Like,
It's probably made out of stone, and they destroyed it.
Yeah, probably like crushed it down.
Crushed it down.
Chiseled it away or something.
Who knows, dude? I mean, I don't know.
Could just be.
It's a stretch. It's a stretch.
Under this brush. How much deeper do these caves go? Are they all connected? This is incredible. And I always love the scaffolding pictures when our civilization just pretends like they're doing some scientific work or some renovation on the old world's construction. Look at our civilization just getting things done. It's remarkable. We really are the most advanced civilization ever.
I don't know. Scaffolding? Scaffolding?
No. So here we have a better shot of this top part of the structure in Cave 19, where the mainstream narrative tells us that this cave was created several centuries later than the
So that one worked, Singe Man.
others. Are they joking at this point? Yeah, that cave looks a lot like a 400 CE cave. And that one over there looks a lot like a -200 cave. All right, good job, guys. Great work. And then we're told that this is just an umbrella.
Here it is.
Could you imagine what is hidden in all of these locations where we think that they are just hills or just a random mountain? Clearly.
Hold on. I want to go back to that. Where was it? Right there. There's one. What is it? Yeah. Anyway.
Hey, Warriors. Morgan is a name of a horse.
Wait, yeah.
Do you want a horse?
So since the last one that you sent me worked great. What do you think? So we have one now?
Okay, cool. I'll make them up.
All right. Nice. Good job. Good job, Singe Man.
Could you imagine what is hidden in all of these locations?
Dude, you guys are going to like these new name badges that Singe Man made. We got the first one in so far. It's like number one. There's like 8 different slots on the members when they join. And for each like milestone, you get a different name, like a different badge. And like right now, we've just been using like avatars and things that we had like laying around because we did it quick. But now Singe Man set it up, and I gave him the freedom on this to just go nuts. Like I was like, we need some kind of a name badge system where it's gonna like gradually, look better like as time goes on. Because the longer you're a member, you get more. It's like, okay. So he made it look like some kind of like almost like an online game, like one of those little gems you get like in an online game, almost like, the games that people play, whatever fucking. And it almost looks like something you see on like a slot machine or something. It's cool. And then there's one for the 1 month or the first one, it's like just a gray gem. Then like the next one's like 2 gems. It's like then 3 gems, then 4 gems. It goes up to 6 gems. And then you get a shield that says Mud Flood. And then after that, you get like a Tartaria shield or something. I don't know. It's like it goes to like 8 different ones now. And we're going to put them in. It's cool. It's going to look cool. You'll see. You guys will love it.
Where we think that they are just hills or just a random mountain. Clearly, there is more. that we need to discover and take a look at. These caves are tucked under this front layer, but
Join the
the
channel.
exposed rock clearly looks
Join the channel. It's like $3 a month. It supports me. It helps Singe Man.
like it's been melted, even up here at the top. And when you take a look at all of this and look at this place from a further view, a
Sue
place
just joined.
that just has random palaces
You have the
inside
new
of
one
it,
yet?
you can see that there are so
put it
many
in. I
more
wanna see the
so-called mountains or hills that could have these caves hiding under the
Yeah,
dirt.
Sue
And I
has
just
it.
want to remind you all of episode 45,
There you
when
go.
we were told that
You see the gem next to Sue's name? That's the gray one. That's for the first step. Then after like a few months, it's going to go to 2 gems, then 3 gems, then 4 gems, all different colors.
there is a temple 2 feet below the dirt
You can
in
already see the
Cahokia,
Northern
near
Lights
St.
here.
Louis, where the pyramid in
I'm gonna-
Cahokia
I
at
just
its
went to
base
check.
is larger than the one in Giza,
I'm
Egypt.
about to
We've seen
go out and
this.
get some
So
footage.
suggesting
get me some
that there could
footage.
be more under all this dirt.
I'll be
and
back.
Oh, can you bring the phone out there? We'll put you full screen.
I don't think it'll work. I want to just get some
All
pictures.
right, yeah, record it, and come back.
Okay.
Get pictures, yeah.
Yes. All of this jungle, as they like to say, is not far-fetched at all. This is definitely a place that I would love to go there and explore. I would love to see if there is more to these so-called caves, or if they'd allow you to go back there, because we've seen so many times where the public's not allowed to go there. I want to thank all of our badge members, all of our
you go.
Patreons, and every single subscriber. You are, after hundreds of years surviving a jungle infestation, Ajanta's ancient wonders are being destroyed by visitors' breath. An article from 2022 says that these caves are under serious threat, not from age, of course, but from the rush of visitors. And we can all see where this is going, can't we? We can all see how they're going to try and block these caves from the general public, and of course, blaming it on the people, where they suggest regulating footfall and higher ticket prices at the main caves so that only serious visitors enter them. You know, the caves that they just found in 1819. And to show you all how incredible this all is, I'm going to close this off by showing you that there are so many caves, just like the 2 that we have seen today.
If you have a meltologist in here, they would say, melted as fuck. That is melted as fuck. That's what the meltologist would say.
That are exactly like this across India alone, just 60 miles away.
Yeah.
We have the Ellora Caves.
I just explained it, Angela. The gem.
Wow, look how melted that thing is.
No, the gem. If you join the channel, you get a gem.
That is
Dude,
melted.
Angela noticed. Singe Man. Angela noticed the gem already.
Nice.
Dude,
Should I make better gems? Is that good enough? I mean, I feel like it could do better.
I don't know.
We could do
Gem
better.
is excitement.
If you join the channel, Angela, $3 a month, you get a gem, and as it goes on, then you get 2 gems, then you get 3 gems, then you get 4 gems, and you know it just keeps going on and on.
Where the Ellora Caves
And you get a
will
shield.
hold its own episode in the near
Then you get a shield, and then you get something else.
future. The Badami Caves, where yet again we have this hill that clearly looks like it's somehow been melted on the side and was possibly once a palace. The Canary Caves, where we get yet again the exact same thing that we have seen in multiple caves today. We get the
Thanks for buying a T-shirt, by the way, Angela. That was awesome. Thanks for showing the T-shirt. Actually, yeah, I'll show it. Let me get your channel up.
columns to the left and right.
Unless you
And
got a
then we
shirt.
get this
Oh,
structure in the center.
Yeah, a while
We need
ago,
the
but
top
still.
part removed again. This time,
I don't know
just
why I
north of
haven't-
Mumbai, 80 miles apart
You know
from
what?
the Baji Caves that we talked about in the beginning of
You
this.
know what, Angela? I'm gonna, if I have your permission, I'm gonna take the video off your channel and put it on my channel and use it as like a T-shirt ad.
Episode, holding even more depictions of giant humans or even the Badami Cave temples, all located in India.
I'm gonna straight steal your content and put it up on mine and monetize it, and I'm gonna make money off you.
This time, further south, where we get the same sort of thing,
Then
where
I'm
the
gonna get-
entire structure
Not only am I
looks
gonna make
like
money off of you, but I'm gonna get filthy stinking rich off of this one video. I'm gonna get so filthy stinking rich, it's gonna get like 1 million views by the morning. I'll be driving my 3 luxurious cars to work every day, all at once. I might have Singeman drive 2 of them for me. Well, I drive the other 2.
It's been melted. Besides the entrance, you can even see at the top left where it seems like part of it right there survived. And in my opinion, it would be more probable that this was one massive structure rather than people just chiseling this out perfectly over and over, all over India, with the final result and what we see today just looking like a cave. Take a look at this thing. Does this look like it was chiseled out of the rock, or does it look like it was built and the face of it is simply melted? Let me know in the comments below. And here we have a great photo where the caves are in the background and our civilizations
can stole it off your channel right away. I don't know why I didn't. I'm just, I'm kind of a stoner. I'm kind of laxy-daisy. I didn't really get around to it. So this is then I forgot about it. Then I completely forgot about it until you just reminded me. So this is Angela. She bought one of my t-shirts from one of those t-shirts that Singeman designed, Boston Ray Retro Sun design, that she bought from our t-shirt shop a while ago. Yes, we need it. We need a model. We definitely need a model. We need many models. We have all kinds of stuff. Looks good. Nice. All right. Not bad.
Oh, I was looking.
Boston. But you missed it.
Check it
I'll
out.
play it. I'll play it again for you. Because Singeman made the shirt. I'll play it. I'll play that one back.
Okay, cool. I'll watch this. Ooh, baby. Mama. Nice.
Mud Mob. Looks good.
Nice colors. Yeah, I never saw this.
Sponsored by Boston Red Mudfoot Adventures.
Sweet. Thank you. It's awesome.
Get your Mudfoot Adventures t-shirt today.
Now in the beaches of Florida, when they ask you who you are, well, you say, well, I'm from Boston. So call me Boston Renee.
Evolving and advancing thing that they keep telling us about. Evolution, we were told. And another photo where, in my opinion, we have the front of this palace completely melted and almost looks like it was turned into dough and then ultimately hardened, with the inside remaining in its original state. And of course, the Pandav Lenny Caves. Again, all of this is in India, where we have the same exact thing going on here as well, where the entire overall structure is completely destroyed and melted and just looks like a hill that we are all told is now a cave, where this one holds the exact same thing inside. And this
all right, I just talked it over with my secretary, Nancy. This is what they want. They want everybody who has gotten anything from the merchandise store, t-shirts, anything, take a picture with it or a video and email it to copcamjunkie1@gmail.com. Let me see. I'll put it up on the screen. If you have gotten merchandise from the Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventure store, email the video, because I'm going to have Singeman make a commercial with everybody in it that has gotten stuff. So, take a picture of yourself doing something cool. Like, go crazy, go nuts. Put your family in there. copcamjunkie1@gmail.com. You can send any email you want to me there. Thank you.
This one located 168 miles away from the place that James Ferguson took that photo in 1879. All connected, all built for the same purpose by possibly the same people, where one thing is for sure: our human history is much deeper than we are told. It clearly holds a hidden past, one that we are exploring in every single episode. A community that is growing faster and faster by the day, with more and more people researching, proving that we are correct and that there was an advanced civilization here, possibly much, much closer to our timeline than we are currently being told.
You know, I'm already convinced that there was advanced civilization here. I just, you know, I'm just like, I love it.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon.
This is what I live for.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, right? Yeah, Morgan, I noticed it too.
Hey everybody, welcome back for another video. Today, we're going to be talking about Baltimore and connections with Ireland, maybe the Phoenicians. Should be interesting. So let's get into it. Now, lately I've been looking into coins a lot of these coins from 16 and 17, even 1800s. And I came across a St. Patrick's halfpenny, which shows him holding what looks like a shamrock, but I think maybe it could actually just be a cross or something else. And this figure, which is described as St. Patrick, is wearing one of these.
It's not a shamrock. It's a tech. It's a piece of technology. He's doing something. Look, he has a staff. He has a staff. He has something else in his hand, and the staff is technology. And they're doing something to these people. I'm telling you.
Mitre hats, and there's actually no date on the coin, but we're told.
I mean, look, he has it in his hand right there.
Mid to late 1600s. But when you actually,
what is it? A stick with a cross with like eyes around it? Like, well, come on, with like this, all these shapes were meant for something. This is a piece of technology.
It's the Rosicrucian. It's the cross of the Rosicrucians. Yes.
Is it?
It's the Iron Cross.
Is that what that is?
In the inner circle.
That's what they designated. I said that's what they designated it to, Morgan. The Rosicrucians, right? But
I think it's showing like the four angels, like the four.
Listen, if this freaking Santa Claus motherfucker with this beard wants to show up at my house with this fucking staff looking thing, he better duck down.
Just start looking at this link between St. Patrick and the Shamrock. It's only more recently that this association has been actually made, and historians actually believe the first link between St. Patrick and the Shamrock can be found as a result of these coins and what's depicted on it. So I find that fairly interesting because, again, St. Patrick is supposed to be this figure from the 5th century AD, a long time ago. But this connection is really only popularized over 1,000 years after his death. So I'm not sure.
Representation. And the rod is a 3D. Makes sense?
Wait up. The Shamrock is a 2D representation.
The Shamrock is a 2D. Okay, so if you look at the Shamrock, right? You've got a flat plane with one rod going up the right angle, showing the tip of the dome.
Just the tip.
You've got the flat plane and then the dome going over top. 3. Make sense?
Okay.
Like,
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You're looking at a compass.
Yeah. The
You're looking at a compass with a 90-degree angle.
You're talking about the line inside.
The line, you can see, the line, the plant line. You can see it in his hand, right? You can see that it makes a compass, right?
Mm-hmm. I see it.
Exactly. So that makes a compass, which has 90-degree at the top. You get it, all the way to the right and to the left. And it's a 2D representation of the dome. All right. While on his other hand, he holds the Iron Cross with the 4 angels as a representation of the flat earth, because that's what it is. Like,
yep. Hold on. Keep talking, Morgan. Here we go.
Well, that was what I was saying.
I couldn't get it up in time. That's what she said.
Double barrel.
Double
barrel Kush. Those buds were a Kush.
Yeah.
Double barrel.
That's what you got. Double barrel Kush.
Yeah, because I had some the other month. I was hoping they had more, and I went back and they did. I was really pleased to see that.
Is that the fire? That's the fire. The double barrel.
Yeah,
Kush?
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the best tasting.
He even is holding a shamrock in his right.
Yeah, out of all of them, it's one of your favorites.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah.
right hand there. And
I
just
haven't seen it
another snippet from an article
But-
just talking about how
But
there-
you know, Canada is one of the leaders. Like you guys will have it first, and then next thing you know, it'll start making its way. It's just rounds, you know.
there's actually
Yeah,
no
I hope
historical
so, too.
basis for the association of the saint with shamrock, the plant. And yeah, interesting coin. And this got me started down this road, which we're going to start looking into with regards to Baltimore and all these things. But I just briefly wanted to touch upon it because I found it kind of interesting. But on the obverse or front of the coin, it shows figure we're told is King David, may or may not be. And this is supposed to be St. Patrick on the reverse. There's another reverse of that coin that shows this figure described as St. Patrick and does appear to be driving out these snakes. And that is the myth, right? St. Patrick, about all the snakes from Ireland. But when you look into the history of that, it appears snakes never even really came to Ireland. There are no signs of snakes in Ireland's fossil record. So could this be more allegorical, maybe of a religion, you know, maybe driving some group out? Again, these are just thoughts, but I don't necessarily think it's
they are like
that-
Catholics and Protestants, right? Catholics and Protestants.
I've also
Catholics
been
and
looking
Protestants, it
into
would have
these
to be.
lighthouses of Ireland and even some of these beacons. And I came across one really interesting one called the Baltimore Beacon. And there's a Baltimore Harbor, Baltimore Bay, and there's a village called Baltimore. So I wanted to look into this area on older maps. And before I do, I just should mention this village, Baltimore, we're told it was sacked in 1631 by Barbary pirates. The town was depopulated in 1631,
Did you
according
feel
to
that?
the history. But I came
been
across
under
some
the-
older
the
maps.
Iron
There's the
Cross,
Mercator Atlas from
flag,
1595, and wanted to look up close into this area where the
Rosicrucians or the
Baltimore village is,
Masons,
and
you know,
that
the
beacon as well. I wanted to look
flag.
into that area on these maps.
Hold on, I'll
So when you
pause.
zoom in on this area,
and
couldn't
the Iron
find
Cross. Yeah, that's what they would have been sailing under, their vessels. An Iron Cross or Skull and Bones. Yep, at that time.
Yeah. So
Maybe even red and white.
that actual village here, but there does appear to be another village named. But there is this bay, I believe this Baltimore Bay in our present day is, I would put it here, but now it's out here. But the
Baltimore Red
interesting
Sox
thing
or
about this
Baltimore-
old map, instead of calling
No,
it
it's
Baltimore
Boston.
Bay,
It's
they
Boston
call it
Red Sox.
Baltimore Bay.
Boston Red Sox.
And I recognize this name, or the Baltimore, I recognize this from certain deities from the Phoenician religion. So I wanted to look into that connection a bit more. And when you look up that particular name, Balat, when you look into that connection, there's a goddess called Balat Gebel, or the
No,
Lady of
that's
Byblos.
funny.
And Byblos is
Because you know what? That's what the Bloods say. The Bloods, you know, the street gang, the Bloods. They go black, 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 and that's what they're doing with their mouth.
is one of these old.
It's like when they're in prison, you hear them. Like you hear one dude go black, and then like next thing you know, someone down the hall is like black, and it's like their little call.
Old cities. It's in present day Lebanon, and there are still the ruins of this temple dedicated to this goddess Balat Gebel, or the Lady of Byblos. And there were some of these interesting cone-headed figurines found deposited in this temple. This is roughly where they tell us Phoenicia was, or part of it anyway. And this is that city. So when you look into some of the coins, the Roman coins too, from this old world city, Byblos, they feature a temple, and it has a courtyard, and it has one of these really interesting sacred stones, sacred cone. And that's going to play a big part here in the video in a second. But here's a layout of that temple might have looked with the courtyard. And this is one of these Phoenician cult stones. So I found in this article, they were just talking about how there is no doubt that Byblos possessed as its central object of worship a cone-shaped pillar standing for the Lady of Byblos, Balat Gebal, and then she goes by different names: Aphrodite, Venus, Isis, Hathor. So this is one of these, we're told, Phoenician cult stones, and it was an object of worship, and it has a relation to this Balat Gebal, or Lady of Byblos. Now that's going to take us back to these lighthouses and beacons of Ireland, because there is one of these beacons associated with this village, the Baltimore Beacon. And again, the bay used to be called Balat Timor Bay, but now it's called Baltimore Bay. It's been moved, but we have all these references to Baltimore, and we have this oddly cone-shaped beacon. And strangely, the lighthouse isn't actually even lit. It was just whitewashed, basically, which they thought would be enough to warn any approaching ships of coming too close to the coast. But they've actually since put up a lighthouse on the other side of the cliffs. So I'm thinking this might actually be one of these Phoenician cult stones.
This conical shaped
beacon is just being misrepresented. I think that's an option anyway. And there's another one of these conical beacons, was also whitewashed as well. So I think that this might be just referencing this goddess worship, and maybe that has something to do with who or what St. Patrick was driving out of the country. But now there's another element to this, and these goddess statues. So there is an interesting statue that shows up in this area of Ireland, and it's this Baltimore statue. This is a county in Ireland. One of Longford's most curious monuments is this granite ornate statue, commonly known as Lady Baltimore, Lady Balat Gebal, situated on Baltimore Lane. And it was shipped over from Baltimore, Maryland, actually, in 1974. And it comes with a plaque that is interesting because there's a potential discrepancy with what the plaque is saying and where it's located. But it was shipped over by this group called the Friendly Sons of St. Patrick's. We're going to get into this plaque. Yeah, so this group called the Friendly Sons of St. Patrick, they shipped over this 10-ton statue in 1974, and it's in this, somewhat remote area. But the plaque says, "To the town of Baltimore, in the county Longford of Ireland, from the city of Baltimore," and it goes on, but it was in the summer of 1974. Now, what is interesting about this plaque is there doesn't appear to be a town of Baltimore, at least in our present day, in the county Longford. And I came across the snippet from this article just mentioning how the second aspect remains a mystery because we still don't know where Baltimore in the county Longford is. What is most tantalizing, however, is that the narrow grass-grown laneway leading to the field is known locally as Baltimore Lane. It isn't at all clear how this nondescript pathway got its name, but the fact is that no map or document has been discovered to tell us where Baltimore is or was. Indeed, we may never even know. So could these people who sent the statue just made a mistake? It's possible. But I think maybe in older times, this place or area was a Phoenician place of worship. And this goddess, this Lady of Byblos, Balat Gebal, now called Baltimore, Lady Baltimore, maybe. I think that's what might be happening. So I don't think they make mistakes when it comes to these deities. I don't think they're making mistakes, but that's just an opinion. But then there's another twist to this. There was this Englishman in the 1600s called George Calvert.
Pretty good.
And he projected the founding of the North American province of Maryland.
You'll start noticing them on people.
Sanctuary for practicing Roman Catholics. But George
So
Calvert
join the
was
channel.
given this title. A title was created called Baron
Join the channel and you'll get gems next to your name.
Baltimore.
You got
So this
gems.
title was created in 1625 and it ended in 1771. And there were 6 of these Baron Baltimores, or Lord Baltimore for short. So this George Calvert was given this title of Baron Baltimore. He was given land in this area, and his son, I believe, who was considered the second Lord Baltimore or Baron Baltimore, it's after him that Baltimore City in Maryland is named after. And there's a really interesting monument. I believe we're told it's a war monument. And there is this column that is a fasces, but sitting on top of this column is a figure colloquially known as Lady Baltimore. So I think this is representing that same goddess, Balat Gabal, or however you pronounce that. And it's just been turned into Baltimore. But again, that is my opinion. And the city of Baltimore even uses this monument with this goddess sitting on top of it as their city seal. So I think what we're looking at is just this effort to keep this goddess worship alive. And what's going on with this St. Patrick driving out the snakes? Maybe it was getting rid of this religion. Maybe, I don't know.
You've been a member for a long time, Morgan. I wonder how many gems you got next to your name.
Remember what he just said about driving of the religion away, where the snakes, since they don't have them, and what it represented, and then how, when they crossed over, the one gentleman, Calvert or whatever, said that he wanted to play with only strictly Roman Catholic.
Yeah.
Protestants, the Puritans, had come over, and it was them that wanted to have a religion, to be able to practice their worshiping free of rule, like from a government or a church body like the Catholic Church of Rome, dictating them at the penalty of death what they were going to believe. Whether
there's nothing wrong with that, though.
But this guy didn't. This guy wanted it to be the other, which makes sense. That there'd be some people that want Puritan, some people that want Catholic. But the thing is, at first, though, it was just the Protestants, and it took a little bit of time, even though it's pretty early in time. But I'm just saying, because it wasn't, obviously the norm would have been to not, which is why he would have had to have fought for, I want it to be all Roman, because you couldn't just do that, or people wouldn't just go for that. Otherwise, it'd be something that he could have just done or instituted if he would have been allowed to say, hey, I want to just have these people in this community. Or something like that. You get it, though, right? I'm quite sure that it does have to do with Catholics and Protestants.
Interesting.
Anyway, I found this really interesting, and some of these beacons, which might be these Phoenician cult stones, and it's just a really unique story, and I just wanted to kind of share it with you guys. But I think that's about all I got for you for today.
All right, later. I don't need to hear the rest of it.
Oh, he was done, right?
Yeah. He should have never said that. We cut him right the fuck off. See you later.
Here we are walking up towards St. Charles. I can already see an old world building. This is just in front of everybody. Nobody understands what they're looking at or what they're driving past. It's unbelievable. Look at the windows, the circular window in the front. Look at the stonework.
All right.
It's just incredible.
I see what's going on. I see what's going on tonight.
This is incredible.
Give it a little while. Everyone will come back.
Incredible. Over and over again, when you're walking throughout these towns, you see that they tried to fix the building and they didn't know how, so they used a different material. Over and over, you'll see it. It's two different materials to try to fix this building. Here's a clear picture. This building is incredible. There is stonework in the front of it.
C'est bon. Ah oui.
It's an insurance company building. Guys, this is an insurance company building that you see in your everyday area. It's impossible. We don't build like that. Here's another where they tried to fix it and they had to use different material. It's clear as day and it's right in front of you. Look at the windows above this building. It's called Lewis, but just look straight up. Look at above the windows. Do we build like this? You have to ask yourself, do we build like this? The answer is no. Look at the architecture on this bay window. Clearly built from the old world. On the side of this building, it's called Smitty's. You can see they're almost trying to show you through art what used to be there or just showing you that there's just more to this place. It's all built along the river. Now, look at this. It looks weird. Like they have one on each side of the road, and there's clear tech right on top of that thing. And they're on both sides of the road. And another building with it's brick and it's stone. It's two different things. So obviously they need to fix it or something. It's just clear as day right in front of your face. Very weird. Now, this hotel, the front entrance is incredible. It's nothing like we built today. It has 4 pillars that are spiraling with incredible stonework right above it.
Nice.
Another
that's a beautiful building.
state bank with granite pillars in St. Charles, Illinois. Here's another hotel, 1851.
Let's just give the good buildings to the banks and the courts and give the people.
Oh, no, the post office, Ray.
Yeah, the post office.
1851, they were building these incredible stone structures. Give me a break, guys. Give me a break. This one had to be my favorite of them all. An electric shop. Guys.
Electric shop rail.
Look at these things on the side of the sign. Just amazing. And to finish off St. Charles, look at this. They filled in something for sure.
For sure.
Or
yeah.
took something away, but there's no doubt about it.
There was
something there.
Yeah.
Now, I would like to show you guys Elgin, Illinois. And this is where things get crazy. As I was driving to this town, it was very clear that it had been worn down. It's very, very worn down. And it looks like it's not a great area. As I was driving in, there were police, and it just wasn't somewhere you'd probably want to bring your kids. And I'm not trying to talk bad about a town, but it just looks tough. And I was right about that because when I was downtown Elgin, there were homeless people everywhere. And
everywhere.
I felt
homeless people everywhere. Yeah.
These buildings that were down here were so out of place. It was incredible. And I had to take a picture of them. I had to show you guys. I had to do it. I was already here.
Do it. Oh, look at that.
Driving in, you could already see buildings that had pillars
I had to.
and looked
100%.
really cool. From a distance, you could see that there were some buildings that just looked odd. And as we got closer, it got more and more amazing. You could see the old world. You could see it everywhere. It was all over the place. You could see the pillars on both sides of this amazing building. It had like eagles on the side, on top of the pillars. We just don't build like that. It had engravings into the sides of the building. And people are walking past this and don't understand what they're doing. They're just walking past this like it's just normal. Now we're getting to the churches. Elgin, Illinois is filled with churches, and I just didn't get it. I wasn't understanding it. And the more I was down there and looking around, the more I was figuring out what was going on. These aren't churches, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but to me, these are not churches. I think they're repurposed. I think that they were power plants.
Putting out the link.
They had to be. There's no way that people in Elgin, Illinois were this religious, that they needed 5 to 10 churches on the same road. It's just not. It's not possible. These had to be power plants or something that gave a benefit to this town. These buildings were incredible. The architecture on them was just not how you see the way we build today. The whole town had the old world written all over it, without a doubt. Whether it was a church or whether it was a convenience store, it had the old world all over it. Now, as I was leaving, I just wanted to show you guys some of these houses. They all look the same. They all had that weird rounded side to the house with the turret at the top and the tech at the top of the turret. Look at the top of that circular area, and every single one of them had the tech. They all had it. It was very weird. And I took a picture as I was driving, but there were 50 of them. It went on and on. The same thing over and over and over. And they were very, very different. We don't just We don't have houses like that. We don't have houses like that.
You're funny.
Welcome to Mind Unveiled. We continue with our Tartaria Explained series, where we attempt to put together the different pieces. We know many who follow us will be familiar with these concepts, but there are still many who refuse to look into the subject because a proper presentation is yet to be made. This is our attempt to achieve that goal. We hope to inspire curiosity into those of you who may be beginners into this subject.
Nice.
This is going to be our new style. I think it's kind of interesting, you know? We want to keep our egos removed from the channel, but with the avatars, we can be more expressive in our presentations as we speak.
Also, while we might have these digital 3D bodies now, we're most definitely not artificial intelligence of any kind.
Right? We get the funniest comments sometimes. There are people that think we're computer-generated voices based on machine learning. You'd think we'd make fewer errors if we were robots. Anyways, let's begin. Let's start off with a quick recap. So my first video was on Tartaria and the Irish, and that got removed by YouTube. And it's okay because it's all up on the website now at mindunveiled.com, but to be honest, I'm not really sure why I got removed. They were really vague, but I think it's because I mentioned some names, so this time I'm only going to be referencing groups in a historical sense. Plus, warning, the following material may be sensitive to your perception of reality. Please do not watch if you're easily offended. The first video on Tartaria was about the connection between the ancient Irish and Tartaria. The second video was on the Phoenicians, but it's very vague and mostly centered around the Mormons. Now we can continue to something that we're definitely not taught in schools, and that is that the Phoenicians had settled in the American continents far before Columbus. We are taught that California was founded by the Spanish in 1542, and yet if we read what Cabrillo wrote about the islands of California, he states, "Yet, wild and desolate as they now are, Cabrillo says that in the 15th century they were densely peopled by a superior race, and that the mainland was dotted by villages. The children of the islanders are described by early navigators as being white with light hair and ruddy cheeks, and the women as having fine forms, beautiful eyes, and modest demeanor. The whole story of California as we know it is not taught accurately in schools. It's funny, Disney actually had an attraction called Golden Dreams starring Whoopi Goldberg as Queen Calafia. I wish I could show it here.
Oh yeah. I want to thank everybody who donated the other day for last night. Was it last night for the guitar strings? I ordered the guitar strings, the Fender ones, the ones that I wanted, the ones that I use, and they're gonna be here on Wednesday. So that's great. So thank you guys. We got that fixed, and me and Super Sidewinder are gonna come on and jam for you guys once. I'm gonna tune the guitar up live and jam.
But you can still find it on YouTube.
Hey, what up, Mr. Obvious?
It starts with Calafia guiding you through a journey of the history of California. They're telling you truth mixed with lies. She says she's the spirit of California, and one of the first things that I thought was weird is that she says that when the Spanish landed, they landed on shaky territory, implying that there was a great earthquake. They missed a big part of the story though. Who is Queen Calafia and where did this name come from? It comes from a Spanish romance fantasy novel named The Adventures of Esplandian that was published before California was found. Here's
Essence. They kicked in to get me guitar strings the other day. Last night, was it? Last night? And I got them. They're on the way.
what mainstream hit.
So my guitar will work again. So we'll be able to come on and jam Wednesday, hopefully.
History says. The Adventures of Esplandian is the fifth book in a series of Spanish chivalric romance novels by Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo, which began with Amadis de Gaula, an even older series. Las Sergas mentions a fictional island named California inhabited only by women and ruled by Queen Calafia. When Spanish explorers learned of an island, actually a peninsula, off
a peninsula named California, or an island with only women? Sounds like a plan, dude. You want to go?
Western Mexico, rumored to be ruled by Amazon women, they named it California. From BigThink.com. When a mountaineer from Hernan Cortez expedition into Mexico in 1533 discovered the peninsula that today is known as Baja California, followed by a visit to the southern tip of the peninsula by Cortez himself, the Spanish conquistadors thought they had stumbled upon the legendary California described in Montalvo's novel, not quite comprehending that the literary creation was entirely fictional.
Protect your wealth by spending physical gold, not paper.
Spend gold on Boston Red Mudfoot Adventures.
Okay? Well, why would Cortez believe in the story? It's based on truth. Give me time and I will break this step by step, but there are many pieces to the puzzle. I have to lay out many factors before I can make this very clear. From Wikipedia.
16
quote,
people.
The island of California is one of the most famous cartographic errors in history. It was propagated on many maps during the 17th and 18th centuries, despite contradictory evidence from various
The new name tags, the new gems are off the hook.
explorers. Okay, well, I'm calling BS. There's a cover-up happening. First off, what are all these islands on the shore? You're telling me these are mistakes too? They could have easily found out this information. Look at all the colonies that they supposedly have set up.
Yes.
Why did the Spanish leave? Disney insists that it has something to do with earthquakes. Well, there's more than the idea that California is just an island. That's just the start. There is no error. Argument 1. There's multiple maps from various cartographers that are supposedly based on even older maps. Argument 2.
You see this, Singe? Let's look this up. Hold on. Old maps that show California as an island, dude. I can't hear you, Cinch. I don't know if you're.
My little knob. Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. See, I have 3 different ways to control the volume.
Oh, that's cool.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's good.
And probably
Gives
a
you
fourth.
more control.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh, I have a 4th way right here. Yes. What's going on? Yeah, but it's been art.
I'm showing something.
Art mode, heavy art mode.
Here it is.
GT.
Look.
He's from the land of
Isle
the
de
Holy
California.
Rose.
What do you
Saint
think?
Rose. Saint Rose. I think that
Is
it
it
looks.
based on cartography or whatever?
I mean,
They're real. These aren't. This
you're
ain't
not just gonna draw that just because you think it looks cool. You're gonna draw that. 'cause
No,
you
but it's
think
not.
That's
And it's
what
not.
it really
And
looks
it's
like.
not the only one. Look.
You're not gonna take your time. Unless you're playing Dungeons and Dragons or something, you're not gonna be drawing maps like that. I mean,
Look.
you're writing a science
Look,
fiction story.
Look, it's
Maybe.
completely separated, dude.
It's
So what do you
like-
think? So was that mean it was like that, and then the water receded? Is that what happened? Is there like a valley there in the real one? Is there like a drop in that?
That's
like,
pretty close. Right, it looks close.
An
Like the water can
elevation.
just come up and change the shape.
Let me see.
Water
Let
could
me
easily
see.
change the shape
Let's
of
compare it. Let's compare it. Let's get the real one. Let's get
earthquakes and water.
the real one up.
Man, and of course, man. If you check out the shorelines, man tears them up and builds things and pushes them. So man changes the shorelines big time, more than you would expect.
Yeah, but
Let's go look at the shoreline. There's docks. And,
no.
oh, this isn't good for building, so we got to do this and that. You know what I mean? They can't leave
They
things
don't-
alone. They had to
don't
build a
really make
wheel. They couldn't just
real
walk.
map. Real map.
They weren't satisfied with just walking from here to there. They had to build a wheel.
Gonna work.
So that's what you get with humans. They're weird. And yeah, I would suspect that they didn't just draw this, and they were really good at what they did.
Here we
by
go.
looking at that.
Here, I'll do hand drawing.
And more than one person verified it, I'm sure. Or maybe not. Maybe one guy just said, "Hey, I'm going to make this and fool everybody." It's great.
No, but it's a whole bunch of
I'm so
it's a whole
cool.
bunch
I'm
of
gonna
maps
fool
though.
everybody. Yeah, he's really good. He just went around. I'm going to fool everybody.
Here we go. Here's
My
something.
whole,
Here, this
my
looks legit.
existence. All I'm going to do is make maps and fool people for no reason.
Well, look, I mean,
Possibility, but very low.
I mean, there could be something there. Like, look, that's like the borderline of the country, right? And then look, so that would be like right where the border would go. You see, like right along the border, there was, so like right where they drew the border. I don't know. Whatever. I could sit here and look at that all day.
Oh,
I could
those
look
are
at
weird
that
borders
days.
too. I mean, like, we're Colorado. We're just gonna
Whatever.
take this part.
Nothing to see here, folks. Move along.
They were really green at the beginning. They're like, well, let's take this. Yeah, fine. Just give me that Colorado square. That's fine. I don't want it anymore. No, that's plenty. Why would I want more?
Yeah.
Nowadays, they're like, well, you got to give me more.
Like, move along.
Yeah, there's the large Heat Valley, Sea, California, down to the Gulf.
Nothing to see. Nothing else to see here.
Morgan has a good perspective. Morgan is the name of a horse. Should I make a horse emoji with the name Morgan?
Post it. Share it. We're on 4 channels tonight. We're on Odyssey too.
What do you think? A horse emoji with the name Morgan under it.
Sure.
Do you want that?
By Plato and Critias.
What do you want? I'll make it right
Do
now.
it.
Where he talks about a great war between Atlantis and the great terra firma. We're about to look at some books by the author Girolamo Benzoni, one of the first writers on the history of the New World. In many of his writings, it's very clear that the Spanish references land as terra firma. So, if mainstream history is true and that California got its name because the Spanish thought the novels were based on truth, then it further adds to the argument that they believed it to be.
Singe, you know what would be cool? Expect a gadget emoji for Go Gadget live stream.
Okay. Gotcha.
Be based on truth because they reference the mainland as terra firma, showing that there is more to the novel than just mere fantasy. Argument 3. A great continent situated west of the Atlantic has been referenced
Yeah, give me some flat Earth like AE map ones and stuff like that.
and written about by classical writers such as Critias, Plato's Solon, Silene, Theopompo, Aristotle, Cicero, Strabon, Eratosthenes, Macro, Mela, Scylax, Alienus, Pline, Statius Sabosus, Posidonius, Festus Avienus, Diodorus Sicily, Plutarch and Cilia, Seneca, and many more. Among these names, there are those whose works are missing or fragmented. This shows that many writers knew about America far before Columbus. Therefore, they knew that this land was not a myth, and neither were the stories of California. If we take a look at some of the first writings on the New World, we will find some interesting information. We're going to take a look at some of the engravings by Bry Theodore. These show America much different than we're brought up imagining. The schools teach that Native Americans or the Indians were the natives of this land. I have some information that will contrast that narrative.
Oh, look at
In the book by
Morgan's
Girolamo
name, dude.
Benzoni,
In the chat, Morgan has 5 gems, dude. In 1982 has 4
Wait, let me
gems.
check this out. I
4
gotta go
gems.
into.
Yeah,
You gotta
1982.
go into YouTube to see it. You
Mr.
can't see it
Obvious
on
got
this
one.
screen
Oh,
here.
yeah, you can see it on YouTube.
You can't
on
see
the
it from
phone.
here. Hold on a second.
No, it looks cool though. Mr. Super Saiyan wanted got one.
America Par Quarta, we see very strange people living in Florida when the Spanish arrive. White, pale, cannibalistic giants, where the males are
Make anything you
balding and the
want.
females have blonde and red hair, and they definitely do not look like what we know as Native Americans.
I like the gems because it's like it's gems are worth money. It's jewelry.
There's so
But you know what else I like? I like the brick coin. The brick coin idea. We're gonna make brick coin, and everybody will be worth money in brick coin. That
Oh
was
yeah,
the one.
I have a
Much
good
I
way
wanna-
to make it gold color that looks like
Well,
embossed.
no. It's like the Bitcoin symbol, but it's made out of bricks. Brick coin.
say at once, but I have to
It's
take
gonna
this
be
slowly if we're going to
gold
make
embossed.
sense of this.
It's easy.
If you
brick
look deeper,
embossed.
you find that
No,
they say
it's
this is
easy,
just a
listen.
coloring error,
No,
and they try to cover this up in more recent versions by coloring everything this weird color. It doesn't add up. The truth is, there are many instances of red-haired giants occupying the Americas, a race descendant of the snake. These people are the Phoenicians, and I'll show you. In the book, The Phoenicians in Haiti, he shows how it's completely possible that the ancient Hebrews could have traveled to America. This also goes with the Book of Mormon and the Levites. Here is a Bry engraving of a Native American. Here is an engraving also by Bry of the pigs. When looking at the engravings of the Celts and the Native Americans, I got the same impression from some of the leaders. It's very similar. The Phoenicians, or the ancient Hebrews, who descended from the Hyperborean or Iberon, Iberia, Ireland, are completely capable of having been known of America/terra firma. There's a lot of evidence for this. The best example is that this is in the Book of Mormon. Joseph Smith finds gold tablets left by the Levites. Okay, come on. If you read the story, it becomes apparent that there was a great civilization in America far before Columbus. This is the reason the Spanish avoided certain areas. They knew all about California. You may be wondering, well, what happened? Why are they described as primitive or as savages? Not too long ago, the sun disappeared. You can find this in many Native American histories where their people had emerged from a cave. Why were they living in a cave? Now, this is some controversial information, but it's based on the book History of the American Indian by James Adair. The whole purpose of this book is to attempt to prove that the Native Americans are descendants of the ancient Jews. I'm not saying that's true or that I believe it, I'm just going over what I found. The author brings to light many tradition-based similarities between the two cultures. This is another source that goes along with the Book of Mormon. And if it's true that the Phoenicians were great builders of modern Victorian-type architecture like it says in the Bible, then could it be that there was a great nation in the great west of America, even the Grand Canyon, but something happened? A great catastrophe, and the people were forced to go underground. It's likely that this event shaped and distorted their features, as they were incapable of seeing light for up to 25 years in some legends. Imagine what this would do to your consciousness. This explains so much, and there is even more to cover that is far from the mainstream narrative.
In 1909, an explorer named G.E. Kincaid came across a cave that held mummies, copper ornaments, hieroglyphs, and more impossible artifacts. This is often dismissed as a hoax because no one has ever rediscovered this cave. However, when you realize that the government has quarantined
Love the talking sun on the right. Love it.
specific areas of the Grand Canyon, it becomes apparent why no one has rediscovered this cave.
Not only that, but the first settlers of the Grand Canyon gave Egyptian names to the different formations of the Grand Canyon. Why is this? The story of Amadis of Gaul is basically a long drawn-out fantasy romance novel with your typical motifs, but I found it interesting that the characters in the story represent different things.
Yes.
Esplandian is the son of Amadis, or Spain is the son of Great Britain, but in the story, this is when it was Gallia. Ireland and Spain used to be connected at one time in ancient legends, making one giant island known as Ibernia. The story is of a time before the Great Cataclysm,
I didn't know
or
that.
reset. I'm sure that many of you have heard of the Vikings coming to
That was
America.
not your
Well,
nickname in high school.
Did you know that? Did you know that island and whatever made up one country in the mythical legends?
Was his name Hibernia?
Hibernia,
Was
and
not your nickname in high school.
was not my nickname in high school, but I used to sit next to him. Hibernia. Remember that? Remember that? And I was like, dude, you got to get me away from Hibernia because all right, he had a body odor problem. I don't want to be rude about it, you know what I mean? But like, dude, he used to smell like
You
sweat.
could take 5 showers; it doesn't matter. It's just boom, right? Like soon as you step out of the shower.
It was like half of his body was dead or something. You know, it's not funny to make fun of him because like it was something was seriously wrong with him. But like I couldn't do it, dude. I'm sorry. I couldn't go to school every day and smell that smell. I made me want to throw up in my own mouth.
I suppose that the
Yeah, we
story of
go,
Tara in Irish
"Ooh,
lore
that
is true,
smell.
or the stories from
Can't you
Plato
smell
were
that
so long tell of a great
smell?
war between Atlantis and the Great Terra Firma. Just throwing this out
Boys
there,
here.
what if the
I'll put
Spanish
the
went to
link out.
America before the reset and were well aware of California and Mexico? At this time, before Spain was Spain, hence the symbolism of Esplandian and his adventures. Bernal Diaz says, "We were seized with admiration and declared they seemed like the castles of enchantment recorded in the book of Amadis de Gaula, grand towers, temples, and edifices that seemed to rise from the water, and all these were constructed of stone and mortar. Some of our soldiers said they could not be sure whether they were really seeing
Yeah,
this
Morgan.
or were dreaming. They weren't stupid. Why would they just call it California?"
Morgan remembers.
Also, the story may be more than just fable. The
There he
idea of
is.
griffins is not to be
Dude, that's a griffin. Oh wow. I've only seen the statue. Imagine in real life if you've seen one of these. Dude, a bird head with a cat body. Oh my god. That could fly.
His face it doesn't have the.
Dude, that's what's on the flag.
It's got the face of a. They're freaks.
So what do you think? It's a result of some sort of
Hybrid.
Gene
Yeah,
DNA.
splicing.
What was it? Babylon? Where was it where they had they were mixing animals together?
India and Babylon. Yeah.
And that's why God flooded the earth in the first place, right? So let's go with that. So the Tower of Babel was a big piece of machinery, right? Like a big building that they built. Okay. So, now with that, the Tower of Babel, God flooded the earth. Tartaria was flooded, obviously, right? To get off of the earth. Was Tartaria where the Tower of Babel was? I mean, if we go on that train of thought.
Babylonia.
Or was it? You know what I mean? Is what we call Tartaria was what we call Tartaria really Babylonia? Am I to ask that question? Am I going too far?
No.
It's just a thought I'm having.
Like,
let me see. I seen something about it. Yeah, I'll play this.
Be taken lightly. Quote, the griffin is seen on ancient metals, and the chariot of the sun was drawn by these imaginary animals with the head and wings of the eagle and the body and legs of a lion. They represented strength and activity. Basilius, 1647, says of the western coast of North America, quote, chains of mountains stretch along the coast, horrifying by their sharpness and steepness to their very peaks. Wonderful numbers of wild animals abound among their fastnesses. People tell that in the forest the griffes or griffins are found, and that this is not fable but truth. Along the coast is a land of California. Nicholas Calafias paints Florida full of winged serpents. He affirms he saw one there, and that the old natives were very careful to get its head. What if the events in the history of New America are really in the 1700s? I know, crazy, right?
Yeah.
Well, you really think most of these cities were created the way they say they were? It doesn't make sense that the settlers found this new land and paved the way with hard work and labor, and somehow found the time to build the railroads that went across great mountains. The Disney Golden Dream says that it's from Chinese labor. Yeah, right. Also, the bald people from earlier? Yeah, looks familiar to something else, doesn't it? Remember that for later.
Eve to me is basically freedom.
Fake. But it looks more the real than what NASA.
This is one of the best
Many establishments all
games
episodes.
Oh, this one? You like it?
Mexico, California. It's not just them. The Moors, or the ancient Lemurians, the Turks, they all knew about America before Columbus as well. There's also many legends of a distinct race of giants with red hair.
Physical evidence of giants throughout the Americas. The Wendover Giants.
So the giants were white with red hair, almost like Hitler's Aryans?
In 1982, a bulldozer operator unearthed an underwater graveyard containing 168 full, 8-foot on average skeletons.
8 foot.
70 of the Wendover skulls contained brain matter in which DNA was taken and tested. Surprisingly, the DNA did not match up any of the surrounding American Indian tribes. Joseph Lorenz, a geneticist from Coriell Institute for Medical Research, too was seeking the DNA markers that distinguish Native Americans inside the DNA samples taken from the bones of the Wendover mummies. Once he compared the DNA to present European peoples, he stated the following. I went back to the screen, and I looked at the sequences again. The first person's DNA, it looked European. When I looked at the second one, it also looked European. When I looked at the third, fourth, and fifth, it was slightly different from the first two, but they looked European. It is assumed by some academics that this was some kind of mass murder, as the necks of the bodies were all broken and faced north. However, upon further examination, it was concluded that this was done post-mortem. Not only that, but it was discovered that many of the children were found to be holding small toys in their arms. One body of an elderly woman was discovered to have broken and healed many bones throughout her lifetime, implying that this society had the resources to care for her into her old age. Though it's claimed to be the site of a mass murder, none of the bodies show signs of having died any violent deaths. Lovelock Cave. An example of actual living giants from our modern era is the Lovelock Cave account, in which a tribe of white giants were said to be living.
Wow.
The rumor goes that the Paiute and Shoshone tribes spent many years battling this tribe of reddish-haired giants until finally conquering the last of their numbers in Lovelock Cave. The Paiute and Shoshone placed some burning bush at the entrance of the cave and allegedly suffocated the last of them. It is said that the surrounding European settlements disregarded the events as pure fancy. That is until several years later when a mining team collecting bat guano discovered not only storage pits in the cave, but tool hunting decoys, oversized shoes, and giant human skulls and bones. There were a whopping 20,000 artifacts discovered at Lovelock Cave. The idea that this could have been a hoax is more ridiculous than the idea that these artifacts were created by giants. In many states, we have these strange, massive hills, sometimes called Indian mounds. In the 19th century,
mounds.
many people reported digging into these mounds
Bones,
and unearthing
giant
giant
bones.
skeletons ranging
Giant
7 to 10 feet in height. In the mid to late 1800s, many reputable sources reported on these findings, including the New York Times. It's likely that common knowledge was much different during this period. Despite the fact that Native Americans nearly all have giants in their history, we are still told in school that things like this are fantasy. This intentionally paints the Native Americans as mindless savages who could not differentiate between fantasy and reality. Nowadays, these mounds are now protected sites and are said to be very sacred to the Native American cultures that allegedly built them. When questioned about these matters, organizations like Nat Geo and the Smithsonian Institution divert the conversation from giants into giantism.
Smithsonian Institution.
This is a shallow attempt at covering up what cannot be unseen. Giantism in humans is statistically very low, about 0.00007%. So, in order for them to explain all the giant bodies that they found, they would have had to have dug up 2.5 million bodies in order to have come across that many deformed skeletons. If those points don't catch your interest, then consider the fact that we have this quote from Abraham Lincoln that states, "The eyes of that species of extinct giants whose bones fill the mountains of America have gazed on Niagara as ours do now."
What do we see when we look over the writings that were left down to us? When you see coat of arms, this is symbolism left for the initiates. We see these symbols all over the books of New America. Tell me this, why do they not teach these books in schools? It's one of the first books on America. Shouldn't we see how incorrect they were? Well, these symbols are Phoenician symbols, and you'll see them all over architecture. In the Tartary community on YouTube, the idea is that the Phoenicians are these controllers that basically took over everything and rewrote history. That may be the case, but the idea is that they didn't build the architecture. The Tartarians built it, and the Phoenicians kind of cleaned it up and added their own symbols. But I see these symbols more of a cause of the Venetians, not the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians is one of the great races that established colonies all around the world. In the Bible, they are referenced as the great builders of the Temple of Solomon, where again, in the Venetian engravings, you will see their symbols all over the buildings. The Venetians are the one most likely taking over ancient Aryan architectures and making it their own. Quick summary on how this could be so. To understand the evil that is Venice, we must look at the great poet's portrayal of the unbelievable duplicity that Venice represented. Works by Marlowe and the Jew of Malta, and by Shakespeare in The Merchant of Venice, and especially in Othello, the Moor of Venice. This is by no means an attack on any group of people. We're just looking at history and coming to certain conclusions. Please don't take anything I say as truth. Do your own research. Venice worked with the Turks to create a republic of usury and slavery. Contarini is a key figure for Venice in its war against humanity. Contarini was trained at Padua University, the son of one of the oldest families in Venice. Every Venetian oligarchy family sent their children to Padua University to become trained Aristotelians. To understand Venice, you need to understand that Aristotle is pure evil. Aristotle is almost unreadable, so what made his work so influential on Western civilization? Aristotle is a thoroughgoing defense of oligarchical society. In his politics, Aristotle is most explicit. His theory of the purpose of politics is to maintain inequality. The very basis for Aristotle politics is the maintenance of the master-slave relationship because it is, as he asserts, natural. Quote, that one should command and another obey is both necessary and expedient. Indeed, some things are so divided right from birth, some to rule, some to be ruled. It is clear then that by nature some are free, others are slaves, and that for these it is both just and expedient that they should serve as slaves. I'm not saying anyone did anything, there's nothing offensive about this. We can look at these events in history and just study the writings of some of these key figures. It becomes very clear what their intentions are. These quotes are not taken out of context either. It is true that even Plato makes a case for slavery, but unlike Aristotle, Plato bases his state on the idea of justice. Just compare Aristotle's Politics with Plato's Republic, where Plato from the very beginning launches a diatribe against arbitrary power. I contend that the reason that Aristotle was so widely influential in Venice is that Venice was a slave society based on the principle of oligarchism. In another video, I will have to completely break down what's going on here, but basically this ideology spread into England through Paolo Sarpi. This phase can be understood as the fight between Giovanni, young houses, and Vecchi, old houses. In this phase, a very radical faction took over. Paolo Sarpi was normally a Servite monk who was exceptionally talented, yet he was much more. He was the leading organizer of the Giovanni. Out of the Giovanni salons and secret society, Venice planned the destruction of Christianity and what was later to be called Freemasonry. In a book about Sarpi, a modern historian by the name of Wotton proves that Sarpi was the creator of empiricism and taught Francis Bacon his so-called scientific method. This work proves that Sarpi revealed himself in his work to be a radical atheist. Think about how influential Francis Bacon was on Christianity, being one of the editors, if not the main editor, of the King James Bible. This also starts to make very clear why we are taught a specific cosmology in schools. Sarpi is the real founder of modernism.
Froze on me.
And the Enlightenment. With these ideas, he created Freemasonry, which dominates England to this day. Out of this ordeal came Giordano Bruno, Galileo, the Rosicrucian cult, and the 30 Years' War. The Giovanni very consciously had to build up their own faction among the English nobility. English had to be totally controlled. The way the Giovanni functioned was by the creation of a Protestant-controlled merchant class. This was most explicit with the creation of the Venice Company by the Earl of Leicester, the founder of the Puritan movement in England. It was he who was granted by certain trading routes. In 1581, another trading company was created with a Venetian agreement, called the Turkey Company. These two companies later merged and became the Levant Company, which later became the infamous British East India Company. These symbols are the elite telling you a secret and a different story. These books on the history of the New World are filled with these symbols. What's going on here? You can also see that these symbols are much older and that they've been used for quite some time. This is history being rewritten. For you still see Phoenician architecture in major cities all around the world, from Cadiz to Venice in California. Why would settlers travel to America to be free and start building European type architecture? It doesn't make sense. It was our.
Might as well keep free.
Please try again later. Wah, wah, wah.
I'm here at Kansas City, and I'm right off Main Street, south of the downtown. And there are just so many buildings around here that look so odd. I'm going to show you a couple of them. We're going to start here in front of me. If you look at these streets, the level is right where I'm standing, but these buildings are always, not always, but many times built up on a mound. And if you look at that, you have to walk up.
We'll get back to it. Don't worry. We will.
Looks like the mound.
People are like, oh, I was watching that. Well, it's not my fault. It's YouTube, but we'll get back to it. Don't worry. I'll when I double back and I come back around, we'll come back full circle.
It's either that or the streets were cut out to be way lower. And then by the time you walk up the steps,
what up? You made it.
You have to then walk to another set of steps.
You didn't let me down, John.
To get up.
John, you didn't let me down. How you doing?
You what?
I said you didn't let me down. You made it.
Oh,
How you doing?
To what
right here, brother.
No, you're here. All right.
Is the ground floor, which is about 9 feet high on this building. So we're clear up there to the ground floor. And then what we have on this level are boarded up windows that go all the way to the ground. Obviously, then it will go lower inside, which if a mud flood happened, an event that covered these buildings up, how would they look different than this? Well, they wouldn't. They'd look just like this.
These are what we call in our community mud flood winders. Okay, mud flood winders. ER at the end.
hodgepodge of closings of windows and ground floors that are way upstairs from the street level, like this one. You got to go all the way up.
Why?
To get
Why would you do that?
to the front door. And here we are at street level. Here's the ground floor, way up there.
No, don't.
If
You
they
saw
could
Marjorie
get
Dodge,
a
John Avenue Master. You shall get a penny a day.
It makes no sense.
No, boy, you can't work any faster.
All these,
no doubt.
Unless you wanted to just like didn't want to remove all this land and you wanted to build on top of it, you would just build up there and then make steps going down. But
Well,
why wouldn't you just, well, I mean, we do have dynamite. I mean, it's not let's just blow a hole in the ground and just level it off, right? That's what we would do.
windows be lower, they can surely dig out this dirt so that
Dig
the
'em,
building
dig 'em.
starts at ground level.
Dig 'em, dig 'em.
Let's go up and see
Dig
what we're
'em.
looking at. Many times the windows on the side that are always ever present. Same with these.
Oh, wow.
People say, well, they're just digging basements. Well, wouldn't it be a lot easier to dig out this dirt and start the building at ground level? These go
Ray
on
was
one
saying
after
that.
the other here. But right down at the corner where we came from, right across the street, is this other building. I'm going to get a little closer here. So now we're through the street, and I'm going to cross the street. Notice this big brick building in front of me.
Huge.
Let's see how much sense this makes, the placement of these windows. Here we go for a tiny door that you step up and then back down. And here are the windows. Of course, the ground floor is
Get a little
above,
closer.
but these windows are sitting right on the ground. And again, if something did bury the lower
That'll make no
levels
sense.
on these windows, how would this look any different? Here's a window that the window is actually below the concrete.
Oh,
Just a
below
perfect
me,
trap for
no.
water to come
Yeah.
in and rot everything out. This window actually had to be have bricks set next to it. Now you think that this building could not be built with enough precision that would not be necessary? You'll notice that the arch above it and above this and above this and above this, they're all the same. And so every one of these arches are exactly the same, showing that lower level is just one more window.
Yeah,
on the
mud
way
flood
down.
windows. And that one's a door. Boom, baby.
Flood window.
That was one of them too, and they just like, all right, let's make it a door.
I wanted you to see this building and a
Make
couple
a
other.
Make a-
door
you make
and
a-
a
you make a-
window.
There you go. That's the title of the stream. You make a better door than a
Ones in this area.
Bringing it home. Bring it
Real
around full
quickly,
circle.
post your
Bring it
comments
around full circle.
down below.
Bring it around full circle. Hey, look at the old bricks. And the simulation has provided. All right, so check this out. We were talking about the Tower of Babel.
Yep.
In search.
Welcome to the
Tower
Restitute
of
Orbis
Babel.
channel. The Tower of Babel, or the Tower of Babel, depending on what side of the Atlantic
Babel,
you're from
Babel,
or who you
potato,
grew up around
patata.
pronouncing it, is an intriguing biblical story. One that we're informed was given to tell us the explanation for why human beings speak so many different languages. And in fact, when you look at many large structures across the land, you see what could potentially be bases to very large edifices. Of course, we'll be told that they are merely natural terrain features and that there's no way that they could reflect the large edifices of what could be the Tower of Babel or Babel. Now, to be fair to the original account in the Bible did not refer to it specifically as the Tower of Babel or Babel. It referred to it simply as the city and the tower. It was a large city. In other words, it was pre-reset, if you know what I mean. And therefore, these people had the ability to erect a tower to the sky. Now, the biblical story tells us that the Lord Almighty God felt that if people were able to achieve this, speaking one language, as we're told that the people in the biblical story did, that they would be able to achieve anything. And the account states that the good Lord confused their languages, and this prevented them from completing the tower. And this is the explanation for why we have many different languages. I do wonder about the origin of the story and if there is a lot more actual reality in this account that we'd like to believe, because we look at our own view of the 5 eras, which is this channel's particular theory for the civilizations that preceded ours. And this biblical story sounds like it has something that could be real within it. The original breaking down of a previous civilization for whatever reasons, and the construction of an edifice that could reach the very heavens, a large megastructure. It's very alluring, and I will admit that this story has always held a particular personal fascination for me, and it's why I wanted to share it with you today. There are many different.
It should be an Inspector Gadget emoji.
The Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
I just added a Go Gadget live stream emoji for Inspector Gadget. It should be in there, a custom emoji for the members to use. Singeman just made it.
Different depictions of what the tower may have looked like and what it could have looked like.
Test it out.
And this is probably one of the most alluring to me because this is what the tower would have looked like once it was abandoned for whatever reason, which I suspect was due to a reset. Now, where in the 5 eras theory do I feel that the tower may have likely existed? There's no doubt that if the 5 eras theory is valid, that it would have existed during the Golden Age, the first 3 eras of the 5 eras theory. The Golden Age, when humanity was most unified, most balanced, and they were able to achieve wonderful architectural achievements, constructing megastructures.
Yeah.
And here we see where I've templated the tower in the 2nd era. Now, I'll always close this with a caveat. I could be wrong. There could be many more eras. There could only be one. It's a theory. The Tower of Babel stands out to me because of the fact that it represents something that was a story of a large edifice, and also the unification.
Join the freaking channel. It's $3 a month, people. We're gonna keep coming up with shit. You know how Singeman, once you get him working on stuff, he doesn't stop. He'll be giving me shit day and night to put in there.
Of the people. Here we have the Ultima Tower depicted, and I've used this depiction myself many times. And it's merely a conceptual building, but this was actually conceptualized in the 21st century. And you can see here how it compares to current existing skyscrapers.
Support the channel through Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. We needed to get bailed out this month from Flat Earth Farms. Like, it's getting serious. We need the support. Like, if this show goes away, what are you guys going to do? You're not going to have this one anymore.
A structure that's far beyond it.
Support.
Well, we've also conceptualized structure.
Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, support to the channel, T-shirts, everything helps.
Structures that even dwarf the Ultima Tower, which I find quite fascinating. Although, of course, we'll have those depicted as glass and steel structures, whereas in the depictions we have of the Tower of Babel, it appears to be a stone structure, a stone masonry construction. And in all the different depictions, it appears to be spiraling up from the base to the sky.
Yeah, nobody really knows where the Tower of Babel is or was, right? Right, John? John, you're muted. You're muted. John would know. I mean, unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd have to be an area with a big plain. That's for sure. It'd have to be very flat for a long distance.
But look, doesn't this look like a piece of Antiquitech, like a building, like what we've been looking at for all week? Like I've been showing you guys video after video, 6 hours at a time. Like, I mean, I've
never seen this version before. Usually it has a road going around it. This is just stories.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But-
This one looks more advanced, right? A little more technological. I don't know, actually. It's cool though.
That just looks like that's a old high rise.
So they must have had Griffiths there. They must have had all kinds of animals that were mixed together and people that were mixed together with animals and all kinds of shit. And God was like, I'm shutting that shit down. Flooded, mud flood. Boom.
With a very large base and then getting smaller as it proceeds to the sky.
He did that.
There's something awe-inspiring though.
Men were having sex with men.
Before.
Women were having sex with women there. It was complete nonsense.
About
That was
images
before
and
Noah.
even the story in and of itself. That
What's up? That was
before Noah. That was when the flood happened.
Yeah, I'm talking about the flood, the Tower of Babel. He flooded the earth because of the Tower of Babel, right? No, I got it backwards. What the Tower of Babel's causing what? The fire, the judgment of fire.
No, that was. He just got pissed off because they were trying to get to heaven.
So how did he stop the Tower of Babel?
He blew it down or whatever.
He didn't. He just
stopped
with
the flood, right?
He did what?
Oh, he didn't. He came down. He knocked the tower down, Ray.
Right.
And he confused their languages and divided them up into. Well, you see there how many countries, like a lot of the original countries that there were. Well, that's how people kind of live together in the group, that their languages, because if God allowed them to all continue speaking as one, as we're getting close to doing now, we get close to breaking on through what CERN's going to do, causing what causes the actual end.
No.
Portal, man.
I heard there might have been a connection between CERN and the activity of the Aurora Borealis right now.
I know you're out there with your camera getting it
Oh,
first, right, John?
I will be tonight. I didn't know we were going on tonight. I thought we were going to take a night off.
I'm never taking a night off, but I didn't know we were going on either.
Okay, well, listen. It's I got the Laguna Mountains, which are about.
Confession to confusing the tongue of the Tower of Babel. I got it right here in the Bible.
I got it right here. All right, you read it, and I'll read what it says here. Go ahead.
And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. Oh, actually, I'll start from the verse before, Ray, because it really helps out, okay? The verse before from chapter 10, verse 32, chapter 10. These are the families of the sons of Noah after their generations in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. So, Ray, this is right after the flood. Once they came down from the Mount Ararat, right? Once Noah had planted his vineyards, once Ham, Shem, and Japheth, his sons, had gone off and had sons and daughters. And this is, I believe, Noah's great grandson, or
this is what I'm trying to figure out though.
Here,
What did he do to get rid of it? Let me see.
And the whole earth was of one. I'll read it. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass as they journeyed to the east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there.
A plain?
Oh,
a plain in the land of Shinar. You know, the plain is a flat place where you can build. And the cities of the plain. Remember when he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities of the plain?
Yeah, so from the Tower of Babel, humanity divided based
Okay,
on
so
languages.
from the land of the east, because when they came down from Mount Ararat after the flood, Turkey, they went eastward toward Babylon, or what's known now as Babylon. Okay, in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said to one another,
Listen, Morgan,
Morgan, and burn them thoroughly.
You need to de-escalate,
And
Morgan.
they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And that's what they made it out of. You're asking, right?
Yeah, you need to de-escalate. You're coming at me hot. You're coming at me hot.
Oh, and they
Slow
said,
down. Tone it down.
Go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
Nice.
And the Lord came down
So
to
basically-
see the city and the tower,
Okay.
which the children of men built.
So he came down to see the tower, but what did he do to get rid of the tower?
The Lord said, behold, the people is one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do.
All right, Morg.
There was once a time when humanity was unified in purpose, that it was
Thank
considered
you.
a threat. Current historical accounts will try to tell us that the Tower of Babel was merely a structure that was built by the Babylonian Empire at the time, a ziggurat or a ziggurat. And of course, I'm poking fun at pronunciation.
Scattered them
because
abroad.
To many people, I'm not even speaking the right language, and you may not be pronouncing
face
words
of all the
correctly.
earth.
Again, another facet of the story of the Tower of Babel. So, one of the things I find fascinating, though, is the fact that we look at the tower and we see there are so many different depictions, but there are things that are similar in all those depictions, almost as though it is derived from some sort of combined account. Now, you can justify this by saying it's merely artists being inspired by other artists and the other pictures that they've had. And that could well be true. And who knows, perhaps the tower, if it existed, and again, the biblical account just calls it a tower as part of the large city that had not become a large shitty that we have
Wow.
post reset, that it was designed to reach the heavens and show the unification of purpose in that civilization. And that's probably why the story always stood out to me so much and why I'm so lured to conduct a search and exploration. This is one of my favorite images, though, because I'm going to go about the approach of searching for the Tower of Babel or Babel a little bit differently. As most of you know, I'm
Genomized.
What was up with that?
not usually a fan of using Google Earth except for pointing out locations
was
because
weird.
I believe it has limitations,
Let's
and
put
of
on his
course
video,
we're
not
only
me.
seeing what we're supposed to see on Google Earth.
Okay.
However, I'm going to use it in this exploration to search for where the Tower of Babel, I'm going to keep doing that, may be. And one of the locations I'd like to explore is near Provo in Utah. And as we look just east of Provo in Utah, we see a series of peaks. And specifically, the one I want to focus on is Cascade Mountain. So we'll switch over to the aerial imagery here. And you can see that there are a series of peaks. Now, I know there's been previous explorations, and I even recall when John Levi did one of his early videos where he considered the possibility of a giant fossilized life form in this terrain. And I certainly don't want to discount that. However, when you look at this sort of foundation, you're given the impression that perhaps this is some sort of artificial construction. Now, a lot of people say, well, that's just absurd. There's no way it could be artificial construction just because there's straight lines. Well, I can recall a couple years ago when I drove on this highway northeast out of Provo because I was seeking to bypass Salt Lake City on my way back east. And I remember the view that I had from the ground. It was quite intriguing. So we'll drop the man here on the road, and I'll see if I can give you that view. There it is. That's perfect right there. And you look up at Cascade Mountain, and you have the inclination of many different symmetrical lines. Now, people say there's just reasons for that. It's just a mountain, and that may be true. However, I can't help but look at this and not consider the fact that this may well reflect some very large foundation of a very large building. maybe the tower, or maybe something else. Maybe it was some other building from one of the earlier eras. I'm not sure, but when I remember driving through there, I had that distinct feeling when I pulled my car off the side of the road. And actually, I think this is very near that spot. And I walked around, and you also see a lot of boulders and various other rock that, of course, you'll be told is natural, but how exactly do we know that? Especially if it's been through a few resets and we don't know exactly what the time frame is here on Cascade Mountain. Whatever it is, whether it's the base of an amazing building, the base of a former organism, or it's just a mountain, as we're told, it is a beautiful area, and I certainly recommend visiting it.
Yeah.
And I'll give you one more view, and that's from the very top of the mountain. So I believe somebody got in there and took a picture from the top of Cascade Mountain. And here it is. And the other thing you see is that even on the top of it, wonderful view, by the way, you can see that you have all this rubble all over the place. And so what exactly is going on here? Is this just the natural rubble that you see on top of a mountain, or is this something else? And I know a lot of other explorers, especially John, are very keen on what they see within the rubble. And it's very well depicted in a location such as Utah. And you can see the other mountain over here.
Nice.
So maybe just a couple mountains, or maybe a couple large buildings, or something else entirely. So that's our first particular location. Let's go on to the next. We're going to go up to Canada as another candidate for the location of the tower. And in this particular area of Canada, we have René Levasseur Island, part of the Louis Babel, or Babel, how's it pronounced up there, Ecological Reserve. Yes, there is actually a Mount Babel on the Ecological Preserve, or reserve, excuse me. And here you can kind of see it a little bit. It's very interesting, though, that what we'll be told by the mainstream is that this very circular looking island, it's part of a reservoir. There are numerous dams around the area. This was caused by, you'll never believe it, an impact from an object coming from outer space. Of course it is. And that's exactly why it's so circular. However, I know there's other explorers that have posited this as a potential location for the tower. And if you look at how large this area is, just imagine that being the base of a tower that reached to the sky. And of course, we'll be told that such mega engineering is completely impossible. And yet, as we talked about earlier, it is probable, though, that people have visualized mega engineering achievements when we talk about space elevators and other aspects of that. We also talk about the fact that the whole concept with the tower in multiple cultures is how it reached up to the sky and defied what was supposedly the will of God at the time. Now, ground imagery on this is a little bit more limited because for some reason, the Google vehicle never drove through and on the island, which is one of the reasons why I find it somewhat limiting. But you can go past this road here, and, well, in a lot of spots you're blocked out. You can get an idea of the terrain, though. So is this really terrain that was caused by an impact, or was it something else? Was it because of the fact that once a long time ago, this was actually the base stone for a very large structure? And I know it'll definitely drive some people up a wall as to how somebody could have that perception, but just consider the concept of things in the distant past and the earlier eras being beyond our ability to imagine now.
I'm getting some stuff up, guys.
And I know there's been a couple individuals who've taken explorations and have actually gone out on that island, but I find it interesting that there's very limited imagery from the particular area. And if you look at the photos that you have online, it's difficult to find photos that are actually taken on this island, and certainly any photos that are taken of what we consider the base or the foundation for what may have been the large tower. Now, once again, this could, of course, just be a giant red herring, and that's why they named it Babel. Of course, they'll say that it's named after the missionary who was there converting the natives, which is always a story that we have. However, it's quite a fascinating consideration to consider the fact that this could be the location of the tower, and consider what this was in the surrounding land and the city in a much earlier era. Let's go on to the last one. Now, you're probably familiar. We're headed to Western Africa, and this is
the
what's known as
motherland.
the Eye of Sahara. Now, of
The
course,
motherland.
if you look on the
Western
imagery
Africa.
here in the map, you're not going to see anything. And something else that the previous location we looked at in Canada and this one have in common is these are locations that they love to show us imagery from space. This proves to us that these were explored from space. And this is the Eye of the Sahara. And this is what it looks like from some of the imagery. Of course, this is the computer-generated aerial imagery. However, you have the same story with this one. that this is merely a natural terrain feature. They call it a Rakat structure, and this was formed by natural processes. Or it was also formed by a meteor or comet or an asteroid striking the planet. So, as always, my catchphrase saying, make of it what you will or come to your own conclusions. What I find interesting, though, about the Rakat structure, there have been some explorers who've posited that perhaps this is the location of Atlantis. Although I would expect the capital city and the layout of something such as Atlantis to be a little bit larger. And I could be completely off on that. Maybe it really is. And I don't mean to discount that. But the other aspect I see is, what if this is the foundation of a very large megastructure?
Give me a second. I'm taking a break. Mute that. Mute that. Mute that. Mute myself.
First and foremost, we'd like to thank Jah, our mothers, for giving birth to us in this wonderful community. We love you. Jah bless.
Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy, what have I done to you?
The earth is flat, man, I'm calling up Batman. We waking up the people and bringing it back, fam. The earth being flat is a provable fact. It's time to let them know how we know that. Water always finds its own level. Believing in the globe, you're worshiping the devil. Thrust and combustion don't work in a vacuum. It's a pressurized system, just one little crack through. They tell you it's fact true, but nobody asked you. It's garbage, a crapshoot, it belongs in the bathroom. What type of sun-lapse footage do you got? The sun goes away and turns into a small spot. Dinosaur bones or crushed chicken bones. You might as well shut up and listen, though. It's disinfo and misinfo. It's a mission to keep the public misinfo. Come on.
Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy, what have I done to you?
I always still will be your friend. Even when you're weak and your knees will bend. You got me wheezy and sneezy and easy then. I'll try to get some sleep again. We pretend we didn't know where we would end when we began. Even more when your days are too long and your life is boring. Looking in the mirror telling yourself it'll be better in the morning. It was like wholesale and a half sale and half sale and a wholesale. Until you got so confused you wound up saying no deal. Hey, nice merch. You got a promo code? He just put the chat on slow-mo mode. And man, I just don't know no more.
Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy, what have I done to you?
Now sing it with me, come on.
Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy, what have I done to you? Ooh.
structure, something such as the tower that reached to the sky. And when you consider how large this object is in aerial view, it does bring that consideration to mind. And we do have the benefit, though, I do believe there is some on-the-ground imagery that we have. Now, I don't want to get too close to it, but on the outside of it. What really stands out to me, though, about the Rakhat structure is how you see these circular patterns here that almost look like they resemble the construction of how the base of the tower would be. And we look at some of the other images that show that the tower seems to be circling up to the sky in terms of its construction. Now, those could just be artistic impressions, creative impressions that don't have any bearing on reality. However, it's intriguing when you consider the fact that this does match what we'd expect the base of such a structure to look like. Could just be a coincidence, though. However, you look at this particular article and they talk about how Malta may not be Atlantis after all. It's clearly the Eye of the Sahara. And like I said, I still consider the fact that this may be the base of a very large structure, perhaps the tower of the efforts of our search. I pull up this article because it has some good photos, though, of what it really looks like. There's several small villages around the Eye of the Sahara that are made of these small stones that you can see and find. And what I was struggling with on Google Earth was trying to find this, where you see all of what looks to be this rubble. Now, could this be the remnants of an impact that occurred countless years ago? Yes. Could all of these sites be simply geological elaborations that have continued all this time? Absolutely. However, I consider other possibilities, and I find it fascinating that there is such a tower mentioned in our biblical stories, in our myth, and the story behind it persists to this day.
The Cantina Chicken Burrito isn't just for late night, because it
Wanted to finish with a little bonus here. Now, for those of you who watch John Levi and Howdy Mikowski's channels, you may be aware of the fact that what came up was some explorations concerning verifying the presence that buildings from the World's Fair in San Francisco.
Oh, I can unmute Morgan. I got to unmute everybody.
Were already in existence in pictures from 1873 and 1878.
That's why I couldn't hear nobody, huh?
Well, John took a close look and had one of his contributors show him the fact that it looks like those buildings may have been in existence back here. And Howdy Mikowski followed up on that in a video this week where he was examining that as well.
You guys want to come on?
And to credit Howdy, he points out all the issues that we have with many of these photos. And frequent viewers of my channel know that one of my...
Join the stream, like the stream, post it in the community section, support the stream, support the channel, join the channel.
6 months. I mean, 6 months.
Go to the t-shirt shop and buy some stuff.
Issues is we don't know what the exact dating is on
Buy
these
me a
photos,
coffee.
regardless of what their authenticity is. So did this
Support
photo
them, buy
really
me a
come from
coffee.
1873 as we're told? I don't know. And there's really no way to verify that. We are dependent upon the people who recorded it and the people who passed it on to us to let us know what year it actually came from. What's intriguing, though, is if this is true, this could potentially be one of these signs of evidence. And Howdy Mikowski looked in it very carefully, and he examined these photos, and he does a very brilliant job of looking at what some of the inconsistencies that you'll see in the photos are. One of the things, though, that he looked on was the potential location of the main tower in the multiple World's Fairs that took place in the late 19th and early 20th century, well after this photo was supposedly taken. This may have been the location of one of the towers here, number 6. And if you scroll down here on this 1873 photo, you can verify that this is the home of H.H. Noble. What is it with everybody having all these initial names in the 19th centry. H.H. Noble, H.H. Holmes.
I know,
Holmes
right?
comes up a lot for some
Yeah,
reason.
yeah.
Well, I decided to look into this just for a little curiosity. What's the story behind this H.H. Noble? Because
Yeah, what is it? What is
that's
the deal?
quite a distant photo there.
All right,
to
guys.
look at what somebody's.
All right, guys. This is what I want to say. We have a lot of competition up tonight. No, we don't. No, we don't. Nobody's on. It's a couple people. All right. But there's only 14 people here. So you know what we need? We need the hashtag show of force. Okay. Show of force. You know what that means? Get your ass.
Residences.
We can
So
fit- I
why
mean,
are they?
That
does-
means we only paid for the StreamYard for 1 month. That's this month. The time is now. There's 10 people we can fit up here. Get your asses up here. After this, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know if we're not promised tomorrow. Come up here and make it count.
designating someone's residence this distant in the photo. This must be somebody very important. Hamden Holmes Noble and his contributions to
We're taking
Shasta
you
County.
by force.
Shasta County.
We're not
We've
asking.
encountered that before on
We're
our
not
channel.
being
haven't
nice
we?
about
Yes,
it.
we have. But this individual
We're
was
not being friendly
someone
about
of repute, and what he was known for was he became a stockbroker and established the Keswick Electric Power Company in 1900 to provide the Iron Mountain Copper Company smelter at Keswick with hydroelectric power. Intriguing accomplishments. Well, here we go. The headquarters of the Northern California Power Company inside the northwest room of the Lorenz Hotel. Oh, I thought they were going to say it was this little bungalow.
No.
In any event,
In any event.
he constructed Noble's bungalow in 1903. And this doesn't exactly come across as one of the very elaborate structures, although it does appear to be made entirely of stone. And if you look into it, they'll tell you it's made entirely of stone.
Hey, Morgan.
Also known as Castle in the Sky.
I found
and
some
Noble's
Canadian
Castle.
stuff coming
It
up.
looks like he got a little bit of the shafted end of the deal because we've seen some of the other structures in San Francisco, especially from the late 19th and early 20th century. But I don't know, maybe he didn't do the handshake right, or maybe he just didn't play the sycophant game right. Apparently, a forest fire gutted this bungalow in 1917. And here we have this young boy standing in front of it in 1955. And this is what's left of it. Ah, yes, the power of fire again, destroying stone blocks. Now, I can see some parts of the structure being susceptible to fire, but this part right here, the structural foundation would have been burned down by a forest fire, and this area would have completely fallen down, and all you had left was rubble. And that's exactly what they show is rubble. And it's interesting to me when we look at the more contemporary pictures of rubble, and then we compare and contrast that with the other pictures we looked at rubble in our search for the tower. Very fascinating how that comes
Very
together.
fascinating.
And if you need any more indication that there's nothing suspicious going on, we have a historical plaque, Noble's Bungalow. It's on this site in 1903, so it's still designated. Well, I hope you enjoyed this unique exploration for this channel.
I think we went hard this week. We went like every single night this week, except for like one night, I think.
Thank you for joining me. Please like, comment, and subscribe.
Good job, guys. Pat yourselves on the back. You know what I mean? That's all right. So the Canadian streets. Let's see what it does. Is it say anything? Music. Music. All right. Let's cut the music. We don't need the music. But check it out. So this is old world Canada, dude. What do you think, Morgan? Does it look like where you are?
Looks cool, man.
Yeah.
What, dude? It looks like it could be Toronto, or it
Toronto.
could be Vancouver, but it looks like it might be Toronto, or is it British Columbia, Vancouver?
Yeah.
Not
Look at the
Toronto.
people. Wow, there's a lot of people. You got it's a big city, wherever it is.
Toronto.
Toronto.
You can tell because we got the TTC, Toronto Transit.
Love it. I love the footage. I love the old world.
Right on, man.
Canada.
Look at them all with their rally caps on or whatever, or their boulders or whatever you want to call them, boulder hats or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
they all got
called or
skin.
rally cats.
It's funny how these buildings are
Boulders.
like all over the world. The same buildings. They're in
Look at
Canada,
these,
they're-
man. Look at these
yeah.
in Toronto. Oh, wow. Look at them, man. Boom. Wow.
Thumb this up, post, share, join.
Look at how thick they are.
Oh shit!
I never seen square columns.
No, John, you love it. You
Really?
loved it. John, you love this channel. John Keeley, huge fan, huge supporter of the channel. Sponsor.
I love
could
it
even
down
say
by the wall.
Yeah.
On
I think 6 months
6 months. Sponsor.
or long. Yeah, at least.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you, John.
I got the emoji that looks like you're.
Oh, you got 6 gems?
I think
Dude,
so. I think
Dude, it
my
says I
emoji
lost.
looks like
It
your
says 2 people
avatar.
canceled on me this month. I wonder who that was. I can't even. I have an idea. But well, you know, some months you can't afford it. It's all right. If you can't afford it, you can always cancel. It's no big deal.
Right? Pardon me.
All right, so
Queen
we good.
Street. Definitely Queen.
Yeah, I made sure
Yeah.
mine goes through my phone bill, so I never have to worry about it.
Yeah. No, I'm saying.
Wow.
You know,
T-Mobile.
it comes and goes. It comes and goes. Pianos.
Wow. That would have
those
been
sound-
Queen Street.
Is
That
it
was
Castle?
Bay going back that way.
Yeah, you know where this is now. You pinpointed it.
Oh yeah.
There, there's another building that sells pianos right next to it. What?
Wow,
That-
man.
Here's another one. Here's another one.
Yeah,
Old
that was-
word.
That was Bay.
Calgary. It says Calgary and Alberta.
Calgary, Alberta. That's right, man.
This is from the World's Fair Expo.
Whoa, look at that arch. It's bigger than the one in France or Paris.
Well, yeah. Universal. Wow, the power.
Look at the size of that dome.
Yeah, man.
That was fucking huge.
Television.
Guinness's World Book of
Negative
Records.
slutty. In what year is this now? 1900? Negative slutty. What year is it?
It's probably
ABC. Because all you see. CBS.
So we have all right, so I'm about to take
Where's
my
Keely?
lunch.
Oh, there he is.
Ray, did you see the
The what?
Did you see what it said on top?
Where?
Television.
What did it say? What?
Television.
Why? How?
Do you know what year this is?
That's what I mean. How?
It fucked
Why?
up this one.
So what is your so that okay? So then
You just
basically,
see with the horses and the buggies and in the building with the name on it at the exhibition that said television.
so they had okay. So that just almost doesn't prove, but almost proves that they had everything and more that we have.
It's exactly.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah. You got it.
Brother. Do you want an emoji just for you, Morgan?
Yeah, make everybody an emoji. Make
A
everybody
horse?
make
Since
make
it's a
every
Morgan?
dude. You should make an emoji for every member.
man, like-
so if you're a member, you automatically get emoji.
Yeah.
Get an emoji.
You,
Thank you for joining me.
it's a
for
horse. My idea is put a horse, a
break.
Morgan horse.
I hope you all are having a great day. And if you're new,
He
welcome.
Like that idea?
Okay, so you guys spoke, and it's clear. You all want this, so we're
look at
going
that
to do
beautiful
it. When we get to
picture.
100,000 subscribers, I'll be putting
wow.
out an hour episode where we go into the
It's like
narrative
you
and
can't take
investigate
a bad
the
picture.
entire
Oh,
hour.
Any
I'll be
angle
putting
you
in
take at it,
hours of
right?
research.
That was
I'll make this an
good.
incredible eye-opener for everybody. Like I said in episode 16, this may
They
take some
clean that in
time to
there.
get there,
Oh,
but
with
who knows?
chisels.
Maybe it'll go
That looks
faster
like
than we
they're
think.
guys that would live in fire and
That's my lunch break.
guys that would live there, the priests. In fact, they used it. They looked at trust.
Before we get into the main topic, I want to quickly share these pictures from a book called From the River to the Sea. I'm not going to speak on it long, but just want to show you guys how crazy this narrative is. Here we can clearly see that Los Angeles was established a long time ago. This was 1891. This looks like they've been living here for over 100 years, without a doubt. There's no way this entire town gets put up in a few years by people with horse and wagon that have just hiked across the country. This takes time. And where are they getting all their food? Is there a grocery chain that was shipping them fresh fruit daily? How were they feeding all these people to fill the whole town if nobody ever lived on the West Coast? Until they tell us they did. Supposedly, they had a train that ran out there once in a while, but this is clearly an established town. This was a town from the old world, in my opinion. And once they got out there again, they began repurposing everything and making it their own. Okay, let's move on to the main topic of today's episode, the giant steps in Peru. These steps were said to be an agricultural strategy for the Incan Empire. Let's pretend that's true for a second. These are still massive pieces of granite, fitting perfectly together, some weighing over 35 tons. The granite was taken from a quarry at the top of a mountain behind them. So in order to do this, the builders had to bring the granite down the hill, cross a river, and then haul them up these hills to place them where they are today. I'm just going to be honest. This construction company would be the #1 selling stock in the stock market today. It would be the most impressive company in the world. You may say we could easily do this today. Say we could. Could we do it 200 years ago? You may say it's possible. Could we do it 300 years ago? You may say no. Okay, well, according to the narrative, this was supposedly built like 500 years ago. If you don't have red flags going off, then what do we do with you? We all know the mainstream narrative about history is completely screwed up. The timeline is a mess, and they can't seem to put their finger on anything that we really want to know about. So why should we believe their story at any point? About anything. Once I'm lied to once, that's about it. Twice, then I don't trust anything that's said anymore. And the narrator has lied to us hundreds of thousands of times. Well, I just wanted to let you all know that I'm about to start my own agricultural company. I really need to get these 35-ton granite blocks hauled down a mountain, through a river, and up another mountain just to get it started. I need to do this about 100 times. Does this make any sense at all? What are we even talking about? These are clearly stairs. They are 100% stairs. People from all over the world are attracted to this site for a reason, and they don't even understand why they're going there. They think they're seeing an agricultural site. Go visit a farm. No, these people know that this site is more than an agricultural site. It's not a farm. This was the home to giants. We know deep down that this is the truth. These are stairs for giants, and I don't need William Shakespeare to tell me. I can see with my own eyes. I know a giant staircase when I see one. The world is so much more fun and interesting once you've unlocked your mind and you're able to see what's actually in front of you. The possibilities become endless, and the truth becomes a reality. My giant stair rant is officially over for today. And I want to go to the Parthenon in Nashville, Tennessee. Why does Nashville have a Parthenon? And are we sure this was built in 1897 like we're told? It's a full-scale replica of the original Athens, Greece. My question is, if this is true, why are we doing this in the 1800s? We don't do this kind of stuff today. So what's going on here?
Another World's Fair. So this was built for the World's Fair of 1897. Apparently, this World's Fair had a bunch of buildings that were based on ancient originals. Ancient originals. So I'm going to step out of the narrative, and so that everybody here at this point can understand that these were not based on ancient buildings. Of course they would keep them all. Oh, no. They knocked all of them down right after the fair was over. Besides this one, why just keep one? Same with Chicago. Why keep a few? What is that about? Is this a part of that thing where they have to tell you a little bit of the truth, like it's against the rules? I can't think of any other reason. Why not just knock all of them down? The real question that should be asked is, why are they not all still standing when it must have been extremely difficult to build incredible replicas of ancient structures in the 1800s? Replicas. These are replicas, they say. I know if we built them today, they'd still be standing. We wouldn't just knock it down right after. Does this make sense? Do we build anything today for gatherings and then knock it down a year later? Maybe tents for backyard parties, not Parthenons. How clear can this get? Who is this fooling anymore? In the narrative, it clearly states that the Parthenon was not intended to be permanent. But the cost of demolition, and here is the key part, which I think I know what happened now. The residents did not allow the demolition. The people stood up and said no. Interesting. Is this proof that we were here before the World's Fairs? I believe so. Why would residents care if a building got knocked down? If it was only there for a few short months? Why would they care? Especially when they knew that that was the plan all along, was to knock it down. No, there was no plan to knock it down. There was no plan to build it. It was there before 1897. It was there and they attempted to knock it down and failed dramatically. You know, I was thinking, and I think the coolest part about this overall is that we are all different. We are all doing different things in life, but we all get along and come together and agree for the most part. And we're able to all enjoy what we're doing together. It's a great thing. Now I want to take a look at the St. Giles Cathedral, more specifically, the Thistle Chapel, where we have the Tree of Life symbol carved into the ceiling. Of course we do. This is located in Edinburgh, Scotland, and was completed in 1910, so they say. Sir Robert Stoddart Lorimer was the architect, which is really interesting because he was most known for, wait for it, furniture designing skills. So we have a furniture designer creating the blueprints for a chapel with the Tree of Life as a ceiling. What kind of nonsense is this? Another fun fact about this Sir Robert Stoddart Lorimer is that he was initiated into the Scottish Freemasonry in Lodge Holyrood House, St. Luke's. Great information. Thank you, Wikipedia. Oh, but Wikipedia is unreliable. Oh, is it? Which part exactly? The exact date that it was completed? The architect's exact name? The fact that he was a furniture designer and a Freemason? Right. The whole Wikipedia is unreliable hoax is just another way to guide people away from the story. This is specifically installed in all universities where they do not allow Wikipedia to be a reliable source. So then when we see someone researching these topics, and using Wikipedia, it's immediately disregarded everything the person's saying, even when most of it or all of it is clearly fact and undeniable. And we will definitely be covering universities in the very near future. Now, am I reading this wrong? I don't think I am, but if I am, please correct me. They are saying that Sir Robert Stoddart Lorimer died in 1929, which is fine. I'll give that to them, that he built the Stowe School 1 year before he died. But when we go deeper into this and click on the Stowe School, it clearly states that it was completed in 1779. We have found a major narrative mess up here. They then try to go around it and basically say that it sat there for 144 years, doing absolutely nothing, and then finally opens up on May 11th, 1923. These dates are all over the place. What a mess. A horrible one, in my opinion. They didn't think this one all the way through at all. Amazing. So this Stowe School is extremely interesting and not built by Mr. Lorimer. Was this character even real? Have we found yet another fake architect? Could this be? I think so. And here, all the way in Bosnia, I just want to point this out for a little bonus and maybe a little laugh. They just found this pyramid recently. So you're telling me they built this huge town right next to this big pyramid mountain and nobody noticed it? One day, did someone just wake up and look out the window and say, that mountain is looking a lot like a pyramid today? Absolutely insane. I hope you all enjoyed today's episode. I have much more on the way. I'm trying to spend more and more time on this, and I know we have some great episodes coming up very, very soon. I also have a Twitter account that we talked about in episode 16. It's now up and running, and I'll put that in the description below. You guys can follow along and see different things that's coming up soon and when the episodes are dropping. I am very thankful for everyone here. I hope you all have a great rest of your day.
Okay.
Is it possible that in the time of Tartaria there was a public aerial transport system that made use of etheric technologies? Are many of these technologies left over and rediscovered after the mud flood? Are these zeppelins, dirigibles, hot air balloons remnants of a prior mode of transportation? And this is the history that they leave us with. many depictions of hot air balloons, ships, okay, Tartarian building, even flying shoes, being comical, mocking us, and again, all sorts of different designs for these hot air balloons, but they want to sell the story that these are the first time that they invented these weren't until the late 1700s. That the ancients didn't think of this technology, that it wasn't until the Montgolfier brothers, where I guess they started in paper making and then somehow got into flying machines. But what doesn't make sense about all this is that on the hot air balloons website itself, it says that hot air balloons were used to create the Nazca lines in Peru, and that was 1500 years ago. So if you think about it, and also, I mean, in China, 220 AD, and it was used for military purpose. So why would it take over 1,000 years for it to be used in Europe again? And I think that this is where the cover-up is happening, is that they're trying to act as if the ancients didn't possess this technology. Well, what if in Tartaria, before the mud flood, they possessed these ancient flying machines, or this technology that goes way back? And this technology was re-engineered, redeveloped, and over time, they developed these efficient flying machines known as dirigibles that, and almost famously as the Zeppelin, that would dock. This is the Empire State Building that would dock and charge, or it would get moored by a mooring cable. This ancient technology used ether, atmospheric static electricity, and these stations would collect it. These ancient Tartarian buildings would collect this energy and recharge these flying machines. This must have been the very first goal of many ancient civilizations. If you can build intricate buildings that serve as ether collecting stations, then it's not far-reach to consider that they developed some sort of flying machine that ran on energy it collected.
There is electromagnetic energy.
Well, you got one thing right, shithead.
Speak of advanced flying machines of the past. Many ancient cartographic maps are extremely
I don't
accurate
like
even
them
to this
people.
day. Is it possible, just as with the Nazca lines, that the ancients figured out how to create aerostats, or flying vehicles that can move slow enough in order to see and record?
Let's check out the chat. How's the chat doing? Forever love. We're still going.
Look at some of those early.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk about it, John. I know you seem
I'm just looking
very
at it.
disturbed by it. Rocky
the-
Shepherd,
They got
Sidgeman,
some framing underneath them.
Forever Love. Yep, Late Night Live channel. I'm just giving him a shout out. Sean Osborne, we love you all. Rocky Shepherd, did I say him? I think I did. Morgan Tristan and Isabella 2.0. Isabella 2.0.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember when you tricked me with that, Morgan, when I first met you and you subbed my channel from both of them. And I didn't realize it was you, that you were both. I was like, that guy they look the same. I was like, those two guys look the same. I thought Isabella and Morgan were two different people. This one and this one. But he had two different pictures at the time.
Michelle had to let you in on it, though, right? At some point.
Oh, what? She knew from the beginning? Yeah, Michelle knew from the beginning.
She and I were talking. Like, not that you didn't know that, but you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I didn't have any friends, and she happened to notice and was like, like you can talk. Like she didn't have to be afraid. Like you don't, like, obviously you're a good man. You know, she didn't feel like she couldn't say hello to another man on, online.
No,
with you going, hey, you better not be talking to another man online. You know, it wasn't like that, right?
No. Me and Michelle, we've been together for like
she's
16,
supporting
17
me.
years. Yeah.
I was going through a really, I go through a hard time all the time, but I mean, not all the time, but you get what I'm saying, right? I was going through, a period where I was really, getting, really hurt, and
well, I'm glad Michelle was there for you.
yeah, she was paying attention to me, man, and that was cool. Like, and she saw what was going on, and she in fact like defended me, you know, and even told the other person to, you know, back off, which was great, you know.
Yeah.
And it's really neat to have a friend in your corner, you know what I mean? Which
Yeah,
totally
she's
puts her in the friend column, you know
she's,
what I mean? Because she
yeah.
actually fought for me. So it's like,
she's got my back too. It's good.
yeah,
masses-
exactly. So it's like
High
she's like
altitude?
family.
300 to 500 years ago, there was an
Remember that
advanced
guy at
civilization
school?
that we don't learn
Also
about in history.
named Bill.
Our entire timeline has been
Oh yeah, Bill Hicks.
The rigid Bill Hicks.
Yep.
The rigid Bill.
completely convoluted by our current controllers. We don't know exactly what happened to the civilization. Did they disappear after some sort of cataclysm? There seems to have been a comet involved
Yeah, I'm getting
somehow,
tired.
and we've gone over some theories in other Tartaria
Say,
Explained
keep me
videos,
out.
but it's possible that there was a global aerial system that connected these civilizations, and this knowledge has been suppressed from history books. Old world cities such as New York, Paris, Belgium, Rome, and even San Francisco
Hey, Singe.
have similar buildings that could have served as
Since when you check the Internet Archives, right? I've been checking. I can't find videos. I find books and publications and like all kinds of bullshit nonsense.
Yeah, what's
I
up?
don't- Look, hey, check it out. Look for the archives. See what you can find. Dig up.
docking and charging stations for dirigibles and other flying
I was
machines.
gonna go to sleep soon. Well, I'll look for one.
Yeah, just see what comes up.
In the last 200 years, after the mud flood, many of these cities were empty, and the controllers of the New World began migrating children from around the world into these cities and feeding them stories in place of truth in public schools. Could this be why we are shown these strange photographs where the cities look completely empty as if these pictures have been set up? And why was there such an abundance of orphan trains in those days? This is the time after the mud flood, where we found these cities and we found the leftover technology that this advanced civilization left over. The survivors of the cataclysm who found these cities became familiar with the technology and began to re-engineer it, such as electricity and air travel. In old photos of the exhibitions of the world, you can see some of these technologies. These crystal palaces could have served as aerial transport centers in the past. The height and length of these buildings, many of them train stations, are just unreasonably high to house solely a mode of transportation that is so low to the ground. I've seen a couple videos talk about the vanilla skies. My take is, we can assume that the builders of these architectures are also the ones who
There we
mastered
go.
electricity and flight.
I got
This advanced
something.
civilization was pre-mud flood. If you've seen the pictures of the Zeppelin attached to the Empire State Building,
We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this. This looks better. All right, you ready? This is what we've been talking about. The mud flood. Tartaria punished by God. Satan worship caused the mud flood.
The mud flood, an event which, like the buildings it smothered, that has been buried in history. Left behind, elegant but grand bastions of inconceivable construction litter the world, created by a people who many believe belonged to the dead empire of Tartaria. This undocumented silt tide, being a catastrophic affair, was yet the most recent in man's many extinction tales. In this video, I am to discuss the mud flood with the goal to entice people to read the works within the Bible so that they may follow more closely the Word of God. If you enjoyed the contents of
Fair
this
enough.
video, please remember to like, and if you would want to see more, subscribe.
Let's see what he has to say.
The Industrial Revolution transformed the world. Because of it, we are where we are today. To quote National Geographic, most historians place the origin of the Industrial Revolution in Great Britain in the middle decades of the 18th century. In the British Isles and most of Europe at this time, most social activity took place in small and medium-sized villages. People rarely traveled far beyond their home village. During the 18th century, the population of Britain and other European countries began rising significantly. Within a blink of an eye, the world was taken out of the Middle Ages and thrust into the future. Either this was the cause of mass enlightenment, or the people of the time had inherited the ruins of a previous civilization. It is here where the theory of the mud flood is found. It was a mass extinction event which led to the depopulation of the whole earth. The remnants of what was left are located in every country. Whether by today's world they are rich or poor, they once shared the same architectural choices, hinting at a united peoples or former empire. It was the death of the rulers of old, the ending of royal bloodlines, which manipulated the world into war. This removal extended from blood to brick, as it is a shared belief within the mud flood community that the mass bombings seen within the First and Second World Wars were to erase evidence of a history that could not be explained. However, many structures survived, and it is by looking into their reported creation and purpose where the told narrative begins to fall apart. John Levi, a person and channel that has been active in this field for many years, recently released a video titled Old America Ruins. He showcases many structures with inconsistent narratives, and towards the end of this video, he reveals his upcoming book. I have chosen to use these buildings as beginning examples, as the sources are diverse and not from Wikipedia. As John highlights, the people documenting the supposed historical records are somewhat perplexed at how these structures are seemingly thrown up in a year or two. First, the Baldwin Hotel. Located in San Francisco, the narrative tells us that it is a 19th century luxury hotel and theater built by a millionaire. An extremely wealthy individual overseeing the design and construction of these intricate giants is all too common. These individuals were not responsible for just one, but multiple, all across the United States and Europe. This alone should raise suspicions, as within their lifetimes, they were able to quickly erect dozens of palace-like buildings during a period where wars were being fought, extreme poverty was commonplace, and horse and cart were the only means of transportation. Carts, whose wooden spoke wheels had to travel across unpaved roads, up and down the country, and who would buckle under weight. The Baldwin Hotel was 200,000 square feet and was built within 1 year. 23 years later, it would succumb to a fire, resulting in its demolishment, where today another building is in its place. When researching the history of these buildings, it too is commonplace that a fire resulted in their destruction, leading them to be abandoned or completely demolished.
Oh, baby's mama. Then it's a baby.
You want to change your life today? Make a decision. Focus on where you want to go instead of what you're afraid of. Really create your life on a new level. Whatever stops, whatever's got in the way, it's...
For our next example, we take a look at the Palace Hotel,
Sorry about the ad.
located again
Morgan
in
didn't
San
even
Francisco. The hotel was the result of a banker and entrepreneur who invested $5 million into its construction. It covered 600,000 square feet of floor space, and impressively, it was constructed within 1 year. However, unfortunately, much like the Baldwin Hotel, it was destroyed. Its demise was brought about by a catastrophic fire.
How you been?
For our last example, we yet again remain in San Francisco. The Hibernia Bank building began construction in 1892 and was completed within a single year.
Dude, it's been like a smorgasbord of mud flood for like a week, and it's gonna keep going. The storm is coming.
Assembly is the result of an architect.
Can't you feel it?
Who is credited with
Can
introducing
you feel the intensity of the storm ramping up?
Beaux-Arts architectural style to San Francisco.
The mud storm. The mud storm.
Fortunately, unlike the other examples, this building survived its fire and reopened in just 5 short weeks after the event. I could continue to give examples, as they, like their weak narratives, are endless. However, that is not the point of this video. The reason is to get you to question your surroundings and the history you have been told. It is exactly whose history we have learned which is the driving force of this video, as it is his story that does not match up. San Francisco was singled out due to not only the buildings, but the city as a whole.
You slept.
Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
No, it's good. It's a good job. I like it. I like to see it, Morgan. Looks like you're feeling good. Feeling good.
I just called my guy out Tio.
What? You just broke up. What'd you say? Breaking up. Your mic is
I turned it. It was turned down.
Oh, go ahead now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just called my friend, the mayor of Ocotillo, out in Imperial Valley,
Mm-hmm.
and he said they ain't seeing nothing yet. But
no Northern Lights.
He said I can call him back at 3 or 2 and find out.
I haven't been outside.
If so, I'm going to be driving out there tonight to take a picture. Or not.
I'm not going out there.
All right.
That does not match
I
up.
want to let you know where I went.
Thank you.
San
Thanks for the
Francisco
update.
was singled
Thanks for
out
the update. Thanks for
due to
chiming
not
in.
only the buildings, but the city as a whole, whose origins are questionable. Another channel, who goes by the name of Geomancy, released a video titled Star Forts, Intro to Resets and Hidden Black History. Within part 1, he showcases a panorama picture that was taken in 1878. As he points out, he, nor I, when watching this, knew of technology and quality that was available during this time. This photograph was taken from an elevated position, where the boats upon the water, far off into the distance, can even be seen. The picture showcases a complete city, taken 29 years after a large population was said to appear, with only shovels and pickaxes at hand. The city, its streets, its roads, windows, lampposts, and buildings, that even for the time appear to predate this already old period, was constructed before the electric drill of 1889 was invented. So, if the city is established, and its people are housed and homed, then why are the streets empty? Where are the workers who defied what we thought was possible for their period? Perhaps they were off building another city in record time. Photographs such as this give an example, and countless others, which showcase empty streets or a small population inhabiting buildings and cities that they seemingly are unable to fill, are all too common to come across when researching the 1800s.
What would your life be like if you were a rapid transformational therapist?
Jesus, they really had to go there.
1800s, that the mud flood is accepted to have taken place. In a video titled A Bird's Eye View of History, John Levi discusses maps of cities made within the 1800s. This video and showcased locations are what may help explain the existence of the 1878 panorama shot of San Francisco. A drawn map illustrating Seattle in 1889 was created.
My clock's saying it's almost 2 a.m. where I am. So that means it's 3 a.m. for some people on the East Coast. You know what? I don't give a fuck. It's Late Night Live, baby.
By a mining and real estate brokers and auctioneers named Llewellyn, Dodge and Company. As is the case with San Francisco,
support this show.
Seattle is looking impressively complete for its period.
Keep on going.
The illustration even highlights key buildings along its edge, as if to entice people in a way of luring potential buyers to visualize what it is they will inherit when purchasing this package city deal. John gives further examples of many similarly styled advertisements for other cities within this video. And while reviewing the illustrations, he rightfully marvels at the precision of each city block and street.
I've been up all
For a
night
people
like
without
week,
power
yeah.
tools
I'm
and
going
without the
strong.
laser measurement techniques
You know
which we
what?
have today, they sure did a premium job.
Sleeping on the late night ain't gonna pay no bills.
They did so well, in fact, that we continue to benefit from their layouts within our modern times and see no reason to correct their symmetry. However, when we do walk these old city streets, there are details that seem to be an odd choice. Within Geomancy's video titled America is the Old World, Reset Observations
That's a
and
nice
Explorations Part 2, he showcases on-the-ground footage from many locations within the US, all across America, Britain, Europe, and the world. you will find windows going below street level. This is the main source for people's belief in the mud flood. An event caused the earth and water, creating mud, to be spilled out across the continents. The people who came to inherit after this cataclysm then reformed from the level that they were now stuck with. Windows were dug out to allow for light, but many others were bricked up, leaving the obvious evidence of an arch. Bridges whose details seemingly sink and continue into a hill does not make sense. Form follows function, and if it was never intended to be seen, then why did the people of old put so much effort into it? When conducting this research,
Look at that. Come
you will
on.
come across photographs
Shut
of
the
city
front
streets
door.
whose buildings
I mean, look at it. I mean, that's obviously a doorway right there that's bricked up under the ground. Under this door, like, that's all old. That was under the ground. They had to dig that up. And then that rigmarole, and then that rigmarole is already bricked up from another time before. So it's like Legos. It's like lasagna. It's like year after year, century after century, age after age. It's like boom, 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 just stacked up on, hey, let's just facade this, fucking brick this fucking in, fuck this thing, kick this motherfucker and knock this fucking wall down. Hey, let's take this statue and cement it right the fuck there. You know what I mean? They're just out of control.
buildings continue to go down into the earth. These buried segments feature doorways and windows as if they once went out into a now non-existent street level. To return to a bird's eye view of these city streets, again we are reminded that form follows function. So exactly what was the intended function? The answer is in the word electricity. In Geomancy's video titled Philadelphia, a city layout based on the Kabbalistic tree of life, he points out how the word electricity cannot be complete without the word city.
Oh, nice.
When viewing any city from a bird's eye perspective,
Oh, I've never seen that. That's really good information. Look, electricity.
Yeah. L. Electric.
Nice man. Smile.
cannot be complete without the word city. When viewing any city from a bird's eye
Morgan's having a
perspective,
good time.
they
I
very
like
much
it.
resemble a circuit
No.
board.
Morgan feels like he's home when he's here. He's just relaxing. He's chilling in his living room, and that's what we all do. We open our living rooms to the entire world.
A printed circuit board,
It's wonderful.
commonly referred to as a PCB, is used in almost all electronic products. They serve to transfer, transform, and to maintain electrical current.
That's a building. Don't even make me go.
We-
Don't even make me go circuit board Earth on you fucking guys tonight.
We, as humans, are beings who survive via electrical currents. Electricity is required for the nervous system to send signals throughout the body and to the brain, making it possible for us to move, think, and feel. As is pointed out by the previously mentioned Geomancy's video, Philadelphia is laid out in accordance to the Kabbalistic tree of life.
Okay.
To quote a website that supports this satanic inward study, this not only serves to showcase how this knowledge is linked to the devil, but to confirm that these methods are ungodly and goes against the Most High, Yahweh.
Yep.
Quote, the tree of life is one of the most familiar of the sacred geometry symbols. The structure of the tree of life is connected to the sacred teachings of the Jewish Kabbalah,
Wow.
but can be seen 3,000 years earlier in Egypt. It is possible to see the tree of life structure in many places around the conscious universe. The structure is represented in nature and relates to the flower of life and seed of life. Satan, also known as Lucifer, which means the bright and shining one, since he was the most magnificent and brilliant angel ever created, was aware of all the secrets of the creation and the flower of life. The first thing he did was to take the construction of the egg of life and spin it into a different point of view or perception, instead of the star tetrahedron point of view, which can be derived from this shape. This procedure changed our perception of reality. Satan repeated the process of creation out of the great void, but instead of copying the actions of the creator, he changed the process of creation out of the great void. Instead of repeating God's creation and creating the seed of life structure and creating one sphere at a time in a vortex motion, he divided spirit into two, creating two centers. In this way, there are two centers instead of one. As mentioned, The tree of life predates the Jewish Kabbalah, dating back to Egypt, and even being found all over ancient earth. Satan inherited the earth when he fell. He is the prince of the air, the one who dons the obsidian crown. In the book of Matthew, Satan tempts our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Whilst Jesus is fasting for 40 days and nights, the devil appears before him. Satan continues to twist scripture in an attempt to overthrow the one who was sent to crush the head of the serpent. Matthew chapter 4 reads, "Again, the devil taketh him up into an exceeding high mountain, and showeth him all the kingdoms of the world, and the glory of them, and saith unto him, All these things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Then saith Jesus unto him, Get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. Then the devil leaveth him, and behold, angels came and ministered unto him."
Okay.
Satan attempts to purchase the Son of God with material possessions. He has the kingdoms, their riches, their power, their all to give, as it is Satan who rules over this physical plane. So then, when you discover that the cities in which we inhabit today, whose buildings cannot be explained, covered by a fragile narrative of their construction, then who exactly were the previous people serving? Could it be that due to their practices, they were removed, with only their geometry remaining?
It's time to wake people up to this deeper history and also our deeper connection with something beyond.
No, not at all.
This geometry serves to harness the natural energy of its citizens in some way, with key locations such as city halls, schools, financial districts, etc., representing each sephira.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
You're funny. You're funny.
Hey, the new John Levi just came out.
Put up the link. Oh, it did. All right, yo, this is what we do. We body snatch, we mud mob, we rob John Levi every time his shit comes on while we're live. It's like a tradition here on Late Night Live. It's like whenever he puts out a new video,
From his colon to Oz, we just keep pushing.
Dude, no, we play it before his channel can play it. What is it? This one 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago, guys. This is groundbreaking. New John Levi from 2 minutes ago. We're jacking it. We're jacking his shit right now. John Levi, no, we're not even asking for permission. We're taking it.
Jack it off, my friend.
Where is it? You get enough views. Boom, baby. It just came out.
Today I want to look at life
If
in
they
the
ask you where'd you see the new
1850s.
John Levi
Thanks for
first,
being
you've seen
here.
it on
God
Boston Ray
bless,
Mudflip
and
Adventures.
That's right.
Because we cover it all. And we steal people's stuff all the time.
We got our hands on the pulse.
We're the mud mob, mobbing on people.
Sorry if you can hear the fire in the background. Even after the bulk of winter has passed, I like having fires in the morning. Right now the door's open. More of a luxury and less a necessity. Somebody recently sent me a portion of my family tree. It was really fascinating. I've discussed my family history in a past video, and orally, mine and many of our histories will be different than what is actually discoverable as far as records go. And I was able to verify everything I saw. I recognized the names brought up in my family in the past, and really it went back to 1860
I just found
approximately in Greece.
Yeah, that
the
was
city
Eridan.
of
That was Eridan.
Salonika. And I did some research into it, and the
Yeah,
written
that
history,
one I played earlier?
though skewed to some extent.
You talking about the video I played earlier? Yeah, they came up. It was called the person was Eridan. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You want to put the volume down? It was too loud. I can lower it. I mean, we control the vertical.
Pretty much read like my oral
How's that?
family
Better?
history, and really reading like the Native Americans
My headphones
of North
suck,
America, persecuted
Not the problem.
after
It's been-
having
And you know what else?
resided
It's
there
different on
for many
different nights.
generations,
It's the StreamYard
and
too. It's not like
eventually removed.
So
by
some nights I
train
might have it too
and
loud.
burned. And that's the written history that was in Wikipedia.
Thanks for telling me.
But my
I mean-
family history, my father's
Besides that, it's not medic
people were not
window.
removed, but rather the city was bombed. Either way, a similar fate. But today I want to look at some pictures in 1850. Again, my family history begins with extreme poverty in Greece, and my grandfather would join the French Foreign Legion in search of a better life. And I think the French Foreign Legion was acting similar to British colonialism, essentially inheriting, revitalizing, and repopulating. And the histories of all of these cities are much older. So they tell us 160 years
What,
ago,
this one?
the world was
One,
in a state of
John Levi?
transition.
You don't like his
the
voice?
Industrial Revolution had laid the groundwork for rapid
sounds like
modernization.
Bob Ross, the
Steamships,
painter.
Yeah,
to
I
me.
mean, you know, I find peace in listening to him. Like,
Oh, yeah.
like he makes me sleepy.
Telegraph
Yeah,
lines were
definitely.
making the world a smaller place. The United States was struggling with issues of slavery and trying to avoid a civil war, and new inventions were becoming an indispensable tool for artists and journalists, this being the camera. So again, struggling with issues, we are told, of slavery and trying to avoid a civil war. The camera is invented and we get a picture, many pictures, of this time period. Now, I want to put perspective in this video.
I might make more
Perhaps
coffee.
I'll flash buildings of this time period, which is what we usually look at on this channel. And I want to compare these people to the buildings. And I want you to ask yourself, are these people responsible for these buildings? And not just in America, but all over the world. It doesn't matter.
Post,
This is
share,
the only
like,
evidence
subscribe.
we have
Don't.
besides books for the
I don't
beginning.
care.
Before this, we have paintings.
Go put it in other people's
and
chats.
Lithographs, sculptures, and
Turn on
architecture.
his channel.
This is the beginning. And here we go. 5 men playing cards in
Nice.
1850.
Nice.
Really looking unnatural. Perhaps the most awkward
Get
posing
roasted while
for a
posted
photo.
to this
And I
channel.
question whether all
Yeah,
these photos
you know-
aren't just staged.
You know, it's funny you say that. Hypnotized voices. Yeah, it does make you fall asleep. Like, and then you wake up and the video's over, and you're like, you like took it in. What is he
You
doing?
wouldn't believe how many times I'd catch this guy.
John Levy,
you know,
what are you doing to people? How dare you? Yeah, what's going on?
I'd catch him, after 12 on Saturday night. Turn him
Yeah.
on, and I'd
Sunday
fall
night.
asleep before
Sunday
it's
night.
over.
Tonight. It's tonight, John. Right now. That's
Well,
what
that's what I meant.
Sunday night. It comes out after midnight on Sunday night. He comes out with a new.
Well, Sunday morning.
That's this one right now. It came out today. I don't know.
Sell a
It
hit.
just came out now. Oh, so yeah, it's overnight on Sunday, ain't it?
So here we see a group in
I don't know.
London.
I don't know what day it
Blackwall,
is.
London.
Hey, this is the original obstacle.
1857. They're observing the launch
Top
of a
hat.
ship.
Top
so
hat.
here we can see that their clothes is very nice, but very
Hidden
very-
hand.
like
Hidden
you just
hand
get
right
one
there.
suit.
Right in the
You see
front.
the
Boom,
hand
baby. Yep.
tucked away.
Hidden hand. Hidden hand. Hidden hand. Hidden hand. Let me show you guys.
You know, those top hats had a lot of mercury in them. They say it was to keep them popped up. I wonder if they were lying, if the mercury was in them for antenna. I mean, I don't know, but that sounds like a far-stretched reason, but mercury's used for an antenna. I find it strange that it was in their top hat. Oh yeah, it was in their top hats. That way, if they got out of line, they got microwave.
One more quick thing I'd like to bring to your attention before we move on to the United States properly. Over the previous 2 parts, I posted 3 photographs that all had something in common. I didn't draw your attention to it, but you may have noticed it, even if subconsciously. Possibly having noticed it, you thought it was just a coincidence and didn't pay it any further attention. Take a look at these 3 photographs again. They were the ones of Karl Marx, George Washington, and Marquis de
Hidden
Lafayette.
hand.
If you missed it,
They're
here
all
they are
doing the
again
hidden
side by
hand.
side. Look at what they're all doing with their right hand.
You think this is just some kind of a pose that like all these famous people do in pictures for no reason? It's
No,
a
they're
fucking
making-
gang sign. It's
They're
a gang.
making.
It's
That's
a gang
making
sign.
sign.
That's a gang sign.
Now, why are they all hiding their hand like that? What does this hidden hand gesture mean? Does it mean anything at all? Perhaps it's just coincidence. Well, let's take a look at some more portraits of famous personalities from history.
Rothschild. Boom. They're all in the club. Can I join?
Oh, they're throwing. What's that called when you do this?
1992 says they're rubbing their titty. They're rubbing their titty.
No, the belly button.
It happens far too often to be coincidence. This
They're
hiding
pinching
of
their
the
nipples.
hand gesture is actually from the 13th degree of Freemasonry, which is also known as the Royal Arch degree. It is symbolized with the triple Tau. Now, this gesture is the sign of the master of the second veil. I won't go into the details of it, but basically what this gesture is doing is signaling to other initiates that they're part of the secret brotherhood and that their actions are inspired by Masonic beliefs. What they're saying is, it doesn't matter what I appear to be on the surface. This secret gesture tells you that we are working towards the same utopian end, you and I. We are both enlightened with the illuminating knowledge of
There
Masonry.
you go.
Remember in the
That's what I was
Jesuits'
looking for
oath,
the
they
whole
talked
time.
about being on opposing sides in public.
Look, I was looking for that picture. There you go. That's from the Freemason book. Sign of the Master of the Second Veil, figure 34. That's what that means. So anybody who does that in a picture has to be a master of the second veil. I did it in a picture. You want to see? I'll show you.
At least a 13.
No, I'll show you. I did it in a picture. Ready?
No, what's that? When the gang members.
So that
do
means I'm
that,
a master. That means I'm a master of the second veil. I wouldn't have done it if I wasn't.
What's
Ready?
it called when you do your hand signal?
I'm the master.
No,
what I'm
no,
trying to say
no.
is I'm the master.
I get it.
Ready?
You're the master rapper.
It's coming. Yeah. Look, hidden hand.
You're the
See
remastered
it?
rapper.
You see it? Subtle, but I did it.
You can fuck your life from as cold as crushing ice. It's time to go and tuck my knife now. When I shoot, you better duck the fuck down.
So
So gadget.
So cool. Yeah, so I'm just the best. So here you go, back to the hidden hand
of Masonry. Remembering the Jesuits being on opposing sides in public, but secretly were working towards the same end. That's why we have both communists and capitalists making the same gesture here. Think also of the Hegelian principle, where two seemingly opposing ideologies are rubbed up against one another to create a synthesis. What these famous leaders are saying to the initiated is that there is a hidden force or hidden hand guiding the course of history, and that they are a part of it. It's that hidden hand that we've been following throughout the whole of this series, so it should come as no surprise to us by now that
I'm not going to follow it throughout the whole of the series, but I'll watch this video until it's only a couple minutes.
Satan is still at work in the world. These illuminated ones think Lucifer is good and following him will help mankind. But as Christians, we know differently.
Okay.
We know that Satan disguises himself.
Whoa. How did he get that out of that? You know, like seriously.
As an angel of light and always has. We'll look more at gestures later. With this in mind, we should be careful not to pledge too much allegiance or get too
I mean, you know, like I don't know.
fervent about either side in politics. There was a situation
Look, Morgan, there's that symbol that was in the shamrock.
2004 presidential elections, where Americans had to choose between John Kerry and George Bush. What most didn't know was that although one was Republican and one was a Democrat on the surface, both were members of the Skull and Bones Masonic Society at Yale University. Both being Freemasons, did the American public really have a choice at the polling office, or were they voting for the same ideals dressed in different colors? There's a reason why, no matter who we elect, things always deteriorate in politics. Remember, the Jezebel spirit looks to control men of influence for her own ends, so she will always go for the leaders of nations. That's why we should pray for them. But we should also remember the central verse in the whole Bible, which is
You should support the channel. We'll keep this going.
Psalm 118:8, and which says, "It is better to put your trust in God than in man."
All right, here we go. That video didn't do much for me. You know what? Play a song real quick.
What's the matter? You bums forgot how to kill people? Doesn't your work mean anything to you anymore? Have you no sense of pride in what you do? No sense of duty? No sense of destiny? I'm looking for generals. What do I got? Foot soldiers.
Yeah. Yo, Bear, what up? Salute. Ferrigno, salute. Alright, look. Yeah. See, he ducking. I ain't even have to show him the three. When them shots fly, he ain't even know it was me. How you got changed, stupid, you supposed to be free. I laugh at you assholes like it's cold in the day. It's a million Philly killers, most notably me. Put your mob against the wall like a poster of P. What you think inside this big black holster on me? It's the crucifix that dangled from the rosary bead. Ain't nobody fucking with me. Everybody know the time. Motherfuckers didn't get the picture like a photobomb. The driveway full of Aston Martins like a motorcon. Aim the yacht, but let these bitches fly till he emulsified. It's the Church of Satan. It's the final invitation. Everybody dying. This is final destination. Me and you could go to war. That's the price a soldier paid. The knife word cut the clavicle and touch the shoulder blade.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head. Salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the 4 nickels shining so vibrantly.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head. Salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the 4 nickels shining so vibrantly.
Killers with Phil down in you eyes. I kill the mob of you guys. Fuck the fries, just kebab you with knives. Everybody got mafia ties. White Castles, that's a bar, Mr. Appetizer, shotties and knives. Gucci gooses on display, shooters on the way, Crucials on the bay, the Farrah Pizza Buffet, an exclusive day. Banana hands like Tony Robbins, Spumoni Gardens, the Coney, got that homie, we keep the chromie popping. Rocking the 14th century death mask, gazelle goggles and Fendi headbands. I talk that Brooklyn chop you up talk. Shoot on like you used to fuck off. You never had enough sauce for blood sport. Nor to stomach the floors with the drugs bought. Caught 100 the floors like a drug lord. Swimming pool shaped like a dollar sign. And choppers that make a day braid batter Columbine. Raiders of the laws, cocaine, Satan mask. Papers of the floors, coalesce with the ancient math. Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the full nickel shining so vibrantly.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the full nickel shining so vibrantly.
What do we got here? Take that off. How we doing? Who's still here? Wow. No place else to go. I know that's what it was. People take it all personal. It's the movie Dick Tracy. Your kids are watching it. Whatever. It's not up to me. It's been out for time immemorial. Yo, so don't get all bent out of shape. John, don't get all bent out of shape. Daryl's here. My man. What's going on? Glenn from Boston.
Yo.
I put out the link. Anybody can join. I mean, it's open season here. So we're getting back to the, we just got way off track. Way off track.
Way in the coat. And this could be a group of actors that would essentially play all these different roles.
These Mudfoot streams are turning out to be pretty entertaining.
Napoleon
I mean, we've been doing them like every night, and it's just like a smorgasbord of a smorgasbord. How do you say that word, John? Can you pronounce it? Smorgasbord?
Smorgasbord.
Yeah, there you go.
Buffet.
Hey, yeah, tell Morgan, tap Morgan on the shoulder right there and tell him to say it.
Oh, here he comes.
Oh, he's
he just did a bong.
Oh, I thought he was right there sleeping. Hey, Morgan, how do you say the word? How do you say the word smorgasbord? Can you unmute yourself and say it? I want to know how the Canadians pronounce it. Oh, there you go. Unmute you. There you go. Smorgasbord. Yeah, you said it right. That's how I'm trying to say it. I can't say it. But anyway.
Queen Victoria, 1857.
No one's flower. What up?
He's had a little too much to drink, but nonetheless,
wow.
Here
Amazing.
he is.
Amazing.
Here is President Martin Van Buren next to this elaborate
Look at the top
castle.
on that guy.
1855. Really? Did we vote for this man? History tells us yes. Here is a man, woman, and boy hanging out in front of the Niagara Falls. Really interesting attire.
Daryl needs to use the electric culture.
And here we go.
Yep. And the magnets.
Downtown Boston.
Here we go.
Market.
I know where that is. That's Quincy Market. Dude, I have memories in this place. Actually, I went there. I filmed it. Okay. You guys want to see? Now, just remember what this place looks like, okay?
Says it was a plow company.
What?
That building,
I
it says it's something plow company.
John, there's too much for me to pay attention to at this point. It's like, it's kind of like history itself. It's like
Ames Plow Company.
It's a lot to take in, dude. We like the storm is ramping up, and we've been like, you can feel the intensity, right? Like at first we just kind of like, hey, look at the eclipses, look at giants, Look at what have we looked at? All right, let's go over it. Let's just to recap.
I know this ain't Mud Flood, but
There's my
that's
channel.
a factory.
These are all the live streams we've done. All right. All right. No, let's start. It started. Where did the storm start? Let's see. The storm started
After when you got back.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. It should be here. Well, anyway, look, we did. Is the past closer than it appears? Hey, we did circuit board Earth. Then we did directed energy, the great fires of today. And we look. Dude, we put it right in your face. It was like just kind of like nudging you, like, hey. And then we went along and was like, look at the fucking White House. You know what I'm saying? And then we did.
I think it was Easter.
Then we did. Then we did. Yeah, we did. Yeah, then it was Easter. Look, then we did the Easter Mandela. Then we did reminder. YouTube is not your therapist. Like, stop bitching. We don't want to hear your problems. Let's get to the real research and figure out what's going on in this place, right? Like, I don't want to hear people yelling at each other or people directing live streams at each other and all that nonsense. I just want like real streams. So then we got, a live stream of the highest consciousness because it's time to raise the vibration. The storm is coming. Who knows? Lou Ferrigno's, and then we're boom, and now the storm is fucking hitting you in the face, dude.
Ray, you're absolutely right. The other streams there, they have everyone just fighting and yelling, and it's terrible out there. Yep,
dude, the streams are like directed at each other.
Mm-hmm.
In a negative way, and I just don't want to have nothing to do with it.
Nope, I don't go to any of those channels, Ray. When they start fighting and they're all this and that.
No, all right, Glenn. You really want to get deep into it? What they're doing is they're dumbing down our community, whether they know it or not. Whether they're doing it intentional or they're doing it just because they're a bunch of douchebags, right? One or the other. They're either a bunch of douchebags
inadvertently.
Or both, or they're doing it on purpose and they were planted. But what they're doing is like they're attracting a lot of attention because they're like, hey, this one freaking and this one and that, and they're all like at the same time during the day. Like it's almost like Jerry Springer, like for the daytime television. You know how all the women used to watch Jerry Springer during the day. That's what it's like. It's like they're like during the day, the women are like watching it and they're like, oh my god, oh, and it's like. And then it's like what they're doing is like less higher minded content, less truth. I don't see them talking about flat Earth. I don't see them talking about Mandela effects. I don't see them talking about anything to wake people up. It's just go back to sleep, watch us fight with each other, support us, take money away from the community, the truth community, and dumb everybody down. That's what I see. So I'm not getting involved.
Nope. You're right. Everyone's dumb out there. Wicked bad. Yeah.
It might be a mission to ruin us.
Yeah.
It's so sad that it's like that movie Don't Look Up. Oh, Don't Look Up with that. What was that one on Netflix? Don't Look Up, right? Not Leave the World Behind, but there was one with DiCaprio. Don't Look Up. That's exactly how I feel like I'm at work. I tell the women at work, look up. They spraying us overhead, crisscrossing us with the fucking chemtrails, and they say, "Oh, what are you looking at? Like, what the fuck can't you see?" Yeah. This is at the 1950s barnstorming days, where they're setting off smoke, to skywrite. Yeah, it's terrible, man. But the problem is, Ray, that the powers that be know that greater part of the population is waking up, and every time the population wakes up, they do a reset. That's the problem, I think.
Yeah, it's all part of the whole rigmarole.
Do you listen to Archaic at all? The Jason of Archaic at all?
Archaic? No, no. I never followed Archaics. I don't know.
I mean, he's got a pretty good timeline and with the resets and all that.
He always has like a exact date. Things are gonna. I don't.
138 years.
Are we gonna be alive? Are we gonna be alive to test him? Are we gonna be alive to test him?
2040.
Why the fuck does listen? Why the fuck does everybody have to be Nostradamus all of a sudden? Like the fuck. Like, everybody's Nostradamus. Like ever since the eclipse, like everybody knows what like the world is coming to an end. All of them. predictions. Like just spam me. All right, so Glenn, where are we? Where are we?
We're in Faneuil Hall, Quincy Marketplace.
Quincy
Yep.
Market. Here we go,
right
baby.
in Faneuil Hall. Yep.
Yeah. This is what we.
Hey, have you ever done the Paul Revere? I saw your videos, Ray. You did the Paul Revere's on your video camera. Remember that? You walked the Paul Revere trail.
Oh, I pretty much did the whole thing, right? You saw
That's what I said.
Like,
I remember
video.
watching that. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I went through the whole. I have a show called Mud Boston. Well,
I've watched it. I've watched it, Ray. I've watched that. Yeah.
And it's all around Boston. And I went to all these different places. And
now, do you believe
I debunked them? I debunked them on a lot of shit. Yeah.
Do you believe the theory of all the cobblestones were brought over from Europe for ballast in the boats? Do you believe that?
I don't know, dude. They still sell cobblestones that look like that at Home Depot. Like, you really same fucking cobblestones? They probably replace them all the time. You know what I mean? Like it's a tourist attraction. They got tons of money.
But they say that the cobblestones are all over the streets in Boston from when they brought the immigrants over from Europe. They used them for ballast in the sailboats. I don't know if that's true or not, if you believe it or not.
Then they left them all the way to California.
I don't buy anything. So listen to this one. Oh, is this the grasshopper? Yeah. You see that up there? All right. So check this out. That's called the grasshopper weather vane. But you know what it's really? The grasshopper antiquitech. So it's a piece of antiquitech with a grasshopper. That dome is 24 karat gold plated, they say, right? Allegedly, right? So that grasshopper has a time capsule in its stomach, dude. Time capsule in its stomach.
Really?
Yeah. That's what they say, allegedly.
When you were watching, when you were playing the things on the dirigibles, the balloons, when I was in the Navy in California, they have tons of hangars that was built for those flying craft.
Oh, yeah.
Very interesting. Yep.
Dude, they make it hard to walk around down here. It's like, dude, I'm bumping into poles and shit. Well, okay, so that's the building. Okay, not to get off track. Give me a place to go. Give me a city, anything.
Oh, we're Googling?
Yeah.
You Google Earth?
Yeah, anybody in the chat, you wanted me to give me a place, I'll go there. Put it in there. Put addresses, whatever. I'll end up there.
Go to the observatory, the Lucifer telescope. What's that on Mount? Try to go to that and check out that telescope there. They call it the Lucifer telescope, the Catholic Church's largest.
No, the moon.
Let's see. It's bringing us to the Lucifer telescope.
It's not Mount Meru. I'll look it up for you, Ray.
No, it's right here. It's right here. It's right here, dude.
Okay.
I think so.
But that's what they nicknamed it. But the Catholic Church.
I don't think so. I don't think so. It brought me to like Lucifer Tunkai.
No. I'll get you Lucifer. I'll find it for you.
No.
Let me get it for you.
No. Give me a better place.
It's in New Mexico. It's called the Lucifer Observatory.
My nickname was the North End.
Vatican. I get it right here.
Lucifer telescope. Lucifer,
it's a university.
No, I just put Vatican. Lucifer.
We got
Vatican Observatory on Mount Graham is in Safford. On Mount Graham. Let me see if I can find it.
I think I gave it enough clues. It should know. Stafford, Arizona? No.
No. Vatican.
Wow. Mount what?
Mount Graham. Graham. Graham.
Dude, this thing's playing games. It's not going to do it. Mount Graham, Italy.
Nope, Mount Graham, and it's very sketchy. Let's see if I find another one.
I know it ain't going to show me.
It's not showing me either. Let's see.
Here, I'll drop it in there though. I'll drop the guy in there. That's what he said. Let's go. This might be it though. Wow. Oh, what is this thing? Dude. It is. It's it. This is the Lucifer telescope, dude.
Where is it, Ray?
I don't know. Arizona.
Is it? I didn't think it was in Arizona.
I thought it was in New Mexico.
No, I'm still looking for.
Well, what is this thing then? This is Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope. Vatican. It's a telescope.
That is.
Dude, it doesn't look safe. That
There's
they
the
let them
lens
have
right
this.
there.
Dude, they're bitching about me, and they got shit like this going on.
Oh wait, I
behind
got a
closed
better
doors?
picture. Now, why does that one look different than this one? That don't look right.
Hold on. Let me adjust so they can see better. You fucking serious?
Oh, they got this all screwed up, man. Wow.
Why are they
no way.
fucking with me? Look at this thing. Like, who knows what that thing really does?
That I'm saying that's not the picture. I got other pictures of different. It shows a different Lucifer telescope. It looked like
I don't like
Italy or
this thing.
something.
I just don't like the looks of this. I don't like it.
So supposedly with that telescope, they're watching the Catholic Church
How do
watches
we-
the center
how
of the
we-
firmament.
yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
they watch. Yeah.
The what?
Center
what?
of the firmament.
So Polaris?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The North Star. That's what
yeah.
they do with it. There you go.
I tell you to Google in.
All right, give me.
the,
All right.
the North
Chat.
Pole, Ray.
North Pole. Mount Maru.
Where's that at?
North Pole. Let's do it. Let's see what they're saying.
That's Mount Maru.
Mount Maru. Yeah, that's the center. That's the magnetic mountain in the North Pole. That's what that is, right? Let's see. Let's go right in the middle.
When you Google, yeah, let's Google to the north.
Dude, we're in the center of Mount Maru. Look, Mount Maru. Mount Maru. Straight up. Nope. No bullshit.
Well, that's not the North Pole.
Yeah, it is. That's where I'm at right now. I'm in the North Pole. Look at
How
that
did you
shit.
get in?
Whoa. I just dropped myself the fucking. I didn't give a shit. I was like, I'm coming
No,
right into
because
Mount.
any other time, all you get is like pixelated water.
Really? Mount Maru.
Yeah,
All right,
I've
hold
been on Google.
on. Oh, Mount. All right.
No,
all right.
of the North.
I believe you, John. I'm gonna do it. North Pole.
Go north
all
of the
right,
Arctic Circle.
I'm just putting North Pole. Let's see. There you go. You're right, John. We were at a different Mount Maru. North Pole. What do you mean? There's nothing there? They ain't gonna show us
Look at
what's
it, it's
there.
all pixelated water.
Sketchy as fuck. I feel like I'm gonna drown.
They're hiding land right there. You just seen it. Look.
I don't like being out here in the water though. I'm scared.
What?
I lost internet.
You're not
That's
going to
weird.
drown. It's fake.
I told you to look up the Lucifer telescope, and my internet got canceled.
They don't want us looking into it. Your internet got canceled completely gone.
Yeah.
No more internet.
Yeah, my internet like, just shut down. You're like, what the fuck?
Jesus. Man, so
did you say that Mount Maru was the North Pole was Mount Maru?
All right, give me a city. What'd she say? All right, give me.
I got a good one for you.
What?
In Africa, it's an observatory. Hold on. What's it called?
You're really tuned on these observatories tonight, Glenn.
Yeah,
What are we gonna give me like a metropolis that I can walk around the city and look at buildings. Like a month.
San Francisco War.
All right, San Francisco.
Just for the hell of
How
it.
about that?
Well, South Africa. There it is. Found it.
We'll go back to the motherland. South Africa, back to the motherland.
Mm-hmm.
Take it home, brother. Glad we're taking it home, brother.
Yeah.
Oh man. I gotta find out the name of the town of the Africa. I got an orphanage that been supporting for 5 years in Zambia.
Oh,
look at this.
Yeah. I got to find out what city it's in or the town.
All right. I'm in San Francisco, John.
All right, cool.
This is where I was, huh? This is where I went to visit Sue. No, I was at the airport. Oh. Now it froze on me. Whoa. Oh, it glitched. Oh, well, that was fun. You know, it comes and goes. It comes in spurts.
Oh, man. I was going to say go to Golden Gate Park next. See what kind of freaks are hanging out.
It's all right. We'll be all right.
Lived in an old house. It had fireplaces in every room except the bathroom. The realtor told me that the fireplace cannot be used because it wasn't built properly. I thought it was strange. The Tartarian fireplaces did not burn. Fireplaces were as spectacular as the buildings they stood in. But unlike the way we use fireplaces today, the fireplaces themselves were not designed to burn anything. The chimneys were not used to draw smoke out of the fireplace, and out of the house's structure were not used primarily to provide any structural support. The reinforcement in the house was connected to the dome of the tower on the roof, which was quite possibly filled with various substances such as mercury, radium, or quartz crystal, and metal bars sticking out from the top and sides of the building. Everything was then connected with the metal back sheeting found inside the original Tatar fireplaces and chimneys. Metal poles sticking out of the upper and sides of houses and other Tatar buildings acted as ethereal electric antennas that harnessed the power of the ether to channel this free energy into the chimney. The air ventilation shafts, air ducts, found in the rooms of the house were connected to the chimney. Ionized air, along with rising and falling currents of hot and cold air, created a pressure electric vacuum inside the chimney. During the winter, chimneys acted as pressure electric vacuums, emitting captured heat inside the chimney out over the fire.
Definitely. Yep.
During the summer, the process would be reversed and the fireplace and ventilation pipes would absorb heat into the fireplace and air ducts, connected to the inside of the chimney inside the house.
So chimneys, the really, really old chimneys were technology.
Right.
And through ionized air from the etheric.
And you know, the real old boilers. I have a friend that's a plumber, and he's pulling out old boilers were mercury filled too. They had mercury boilers. Yep.
Really? Let's look that up, dude.
Yep. Mercury boilers.
Let's look that up.
That's what I'm saying. The technology was way better in the old days than we got right now. Yep.
Let's look it up. Let's see what comes up. You never know. I always throw a brick on the wall and see what just sticks. Let me see. Throw a brick at the wall and see if it sticks. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, here we go. Mercury vapor turbine. A mercury vapor turbine is a form of heat engine that uses mercury as the working fluid of its thermal cycle. Mercury vapor turbine has been used in conjunction with a steam turbine. So it's a steam engine. It's a steam engine that uses mercury.
But they had boilers in the old 1800s that were mercury boilers too. They had them in the old 1800 boilers. I'm telling you. My buddy pulled one out and it was loaded with mercury. He goes, holy shit. Yep.
Yeah. That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying.
Look,
yep. Look at that old picture right there.
That's one right there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I think, is mercury the only metal that's a liquid metal? Mercury?
I don't know. I guess so.
I think it is.
There's what temperature?
Did you see that, John? John, is mercury the only liquid metal?
No, I think there might be one other.
I know this red mercury is a different mercury. This red mercury and this regular mercury. Yep.
I'm going to an electronics shop that has old ham radios. And see if I can get a super old one and buy it for cheap.
Do they have the old crystals in them? You know, the old days they had crystals.
I don't know. I'm going to find out when I go there and buy some junk one.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, what we got? We still got a few more. Well, we're getting through it. We got a whole bunch of it. I can go on for days.
So Ray, I looked at the South African observatories, and if you click on the link, they have one company controls 4 of them, and they show you it's in like they have 4 telescopes on right next to each other. Like, what is that all about? Like, let me see. I'll find it for you.
I can't get into it right now because the Google Earth shut down on me.
Oh, did it really?
It glitched out. Yeah, it does it to me on. I don't know. It doesn't work. It just shut down. So I have to wait a little while and it'll work again. I don't know.
Mark,
that's how it's been
recently
working.
We'll have shared a whole bunch of domes with holes.
It takes a lot to run it.
Dome, but we see
for
the
some
tape
reason,
still
especially
in
with all these
the
other
tape
things.
and you have
I'm
a
running
whole
4 channels.
big big old
Oh,
square.
you're running 4 channels right now?
building, Not
Yeah.
too dissimilar from the Pantheon.
And 2
Parthenon,
platforms,
whatever.
Odyssey and
This
YouTube.
building is the Ames Plow Company, of course.
Just
Big old
Ames Plow
columns
Company.
Is this
and real busy
in the Quincy market?
I get this is old,
today
yeah.
At the Ames Plow Company. A little traffic jam out in front here. A horse and buggy jam. And does this make sense?
Sum this up.
The Ames Plow Company should be a big wood building. It should resemble their wagons in that building style. This is what we're building. Oak barrels, fabric. We see the cheap fabric they've hung up on the south side here, the sunny side of the building, and the same fabric their wagons have draped around them. Now, Jerusalem. Here we go. Jerusalem. Domed buildings everywhere. 1857. Looking super abandoned. Someone just slipped in to take a picture, and they tell us of centuries of power struggle in this area. 2 different people responsible for much of the architecture. In fact, 3 different people, at least. And yet, when I look at this picture, I see 1 people having built all of this, and now, for quite some time, having been displaced. Even those little mini buildings in the foreground on the bottom right corner have plants.
What do you think, Ray?
What's up?
Where's all the people go after they build all these buildings? and
You know what I thought? You know what? Actually, I thought I was sharing.
Yeah, you were. I saw the video.
No, but the video is still playing.
Oh, no, it's not on my. No, you're not sharing now.
I know. No. Oh, I was listening to it. What were you saying?
Oh, what do you think? All these people disappear, a whole bunch of races, and
No, I can't find where the video's even coming from. Hold on one second.
oh, are we food for the gods?
Oh, here it is.
Oh, John's muted. John's muted.
No, I couldn't hear you. I have something in my headphones. What were you saying?
Oh, I said, what do you think? All these people disappearing and shit.
I don't know, dude. You mean like missing 411?
Yeah.
I have no.
You should do a show. You should do a show on that. They don't even keep records of all that shit.
I like to keep it high vibing, though. It's like I know what you mean. It's like, but
I mean, thousands of people. Yeah,
I know it's kind of a drag, though. It's like I don't. It's interesting, I guess, but it's been done. I like to do stuff that.
Who do you think built all these buildings? I know we didn't build them because we couldn't build them. All these old buildings with all the detail in the ceilings and the roof lines. Who do you think built all that?
It was just a civilization before.
No way we could have built that shit.
No. I mean, I don't think it was like extraterrestrials or anything.
No, it's the people are from this Earth in our sphere, right? Yeah. but they had way more technology. Like look at in Brookline in Boston, all the Victorians, all the work they did in woodwork and all the candy houses and stuff. But nothing in brick. Wood's easier to cut and form than brick is in stone.
Yeah, I know. Nobody builds a brick anymore.
No, exactly. Yeah.
So, and it's like people don't. I don't know. Do they build the bricks on site?
No.
Are bricks human bodies?
No. How do they how do they transport all those bricks?
That's what I'm wondering. I mean, I've seen some people putting up Tartaria about castles being built out of skulls and bodies. Did you see some of that stuff?
Yeah, kind of. Like I don't really look into it because it's like I don't like looking at skulls and bodies. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of morbid.
That'd be cool though.
I've seen it. I know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Big
we were looking at the catacombs last night, and I was kind of like, oh, I don't like watching it.
Where was it? Catacombs where?
Everywhere.
France?
The catacombs everywhere. The way that there's like walls of skeletons,
Yeah, and the weight.
The way that
above
they put
them
them together.
puts pressure on
Like,
them.
not done
for
by us.
Electricity.
Not done by us.
Mm-hmm.
The catacombs that they have in like France underneath, I believe those were put there to make piezoelectricity.
You think so?
Yeah, that's why they're stacked like that, and then the weight on them. They say human bones, if you put pressure on it, can make it. And then if you got millions of them stacked on top of each other, could you imagine?
Oops. Oh man, I lost it. All right. Listen, I'm gonna end the stream right now. All right.
Okay.
What?
Because I got no, it's like 3 a.m. here. I got to get some sleep.
Yeah.
But we did good. All in all, we did good. We had our triumphs. We've had our stripes.
Ray, how's it going? How's it going where you moved to? Is it good down there or what?
Yeah, it's going good.
You like it down there?
Yeah, it's they charge you for every little fucking thing now, dude. It's like Florida, the state.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it's expensive.
Yeah,
it's adding. It's a little bit more expensive.
And you're in Navy Town there too, right? That's I know where you are. That's Navy Town, right?
No, Navy Town. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm near Pensacola.
That's the Navy's. That was Navy.
Oh yeah. There's a Navy base and shit.
Yeah, I've been there before. I'm ex-Navy, so I've been there. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of Navy people here.
Yeah,
I never.
That's why when you go into
that.
all the restaurants and bars and everything, they're all loaded with all memorabilia from the old days of flying and stuff. Yep.
I drove through the Navy thing. I've seen it.
So were you in San Diego?
No.
Me?
When you were in the Navy?
Oh no, I was actually I was an aircraft mechanic on carriers. So my squadron was out of Jacksonville, Florida, and I was out of Cecil Field, and we took carrier groups out of Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
That was a good.
I remember you
days,
said,
man.
you saw hangars in California.
Yeah, because I was out there in where was it called? Miramar, and I saw the blimp hangars were everywhere out there.
Miramar was the town I drove to day before yesterday.
Was it really?
Yeah.
You see that proves it.
That was my sixth time driving.
That type of stuff.
Years.
It proves it.
Wow.
And I was driving through Miramar traffic at 4:30 at 4 o'clock.
Wow. So
I love Miramar. You get the jets fly right over the freeway.
Exactly. Yep. That's where I was out there. But do they still have all those bases with all the big hangars and everything out there with the blimp hangars, or did they tear all that shit down?
That's gonzo.
Oh, it's all gone now, huh?
Well,
I believe so.
Let me see. Is somebody else on right now? Somebody else is probably on for you guys to jump over because I gotta go to sleep, dude. I'm exhausted.
Yeah,
I've been going for like a week straight. We're gonna do it, but we're gonna do it.
No,
I'll be back tomorrow.
That's no problem.
Yeah, hold on, Ray. I'll put up a link for Ken Rotman's streaming.
Yeah,
right now.
go ahead.
Let me put a link.
I'm gonna play a song and I'm gonna get out of here.
Okay.
forced into my mind this made up glow. Now I've said